Okay, now she's on Facebook. No, I just got a pop-up that she's streaming live on Facebook. And I should probably.
I am going to send Kai that embed code.
I forgot.
Hello to everyone watching on Facebook and all the attendees in our meeting. We are currently live on the Macon-Bibb County Facebook page. This is Rachel Gamble with Public Affairs, setting up all the stuff. I'm going to send over the code to get the meeting up and running on our website, Macon-Bibb.us. So if you know people who would like to watch these committee meetings today, but they do not have Facebook, they will be able to access them at Macon-Bibb.us. If y'all will bear with us, we'll test the stream on that website in a minute, and we're about to get started. Thank you. Hey, Sarah, are we ready to do a sound check on the website?
Yes, please.
All right. Once again, this is Rachel Gamble with Macon-Bibb Public Affairs. Good morning to everyone watching on Facebook. I see you, Liz and Sharice, and to everyone on the meeting. This is for the Macon-Bibb County Committee meetings today for August 11th, 2020. We are schedule of committee meetings today. We have Committee of the Whole, Economic and Community Development, Facilities and Engineering, and then Operations and Finance. Then we have a public hearing at 1 o'clock on our proposed millage rate. I am told that our sound is working on Macon-Bibb.us. So once again, if you have people you know who are not on Facebook, they can watch this meeting live at Macon-Bibb.us. So I think we are ready to go. Mr. Mayor, it's all yours whenever you're ready.
Good. Thank you very much, Rachel. We appreciate that. Let me call to order the Committee of the Whole meeting for this Tuesday, August the 11th. And let me read these two disclaimers or notices out of an abundance of caution. The Macon-Bibb County Commission committee meetings scheduled for Tuesday, August the 11th, including the public hearing at 1 o'clock and the special called meeting of the commission at 1 o'clock to approve a millage rate will all be made available to the Macon-Bibb County Commissioners by video conference only. The commission chambers will be closed to the public and the press in order to slow the spread of COVID-19. Therefore, the public and press may access the meeting simultaneously online at www.macon-bibb.us or www.facebook.com/Macon-Bibb County. With that having been said, we want to welcome everybody this morning. I believe we have a quorum of commissioners, but I'll ask the clerk to call the roll right quick and see if you can't unmute yourself and answer verbally so that we can get a confirmation of a quorum. Madam Clerk?
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Tillman, Commissioner Burt Bivens, Commissioner Joe Allen,
Here.
Commissioner Elaine Lucas,
Here.
Commissioner Larry Schlesinger,
Here.
Commissioner Mallory Jones, Commissioner Scotty Shepard, Commissioner Virgil Watkins,
Here.
Commissioner Valerie
Shepherd, you'll
Wynn.
need to unmute yourself.
Deborah's here.
I see him. Thank you. Commissioner Tillman has just logged on, Mr. Mayor.
Good. That gives us more than a quorum of members in attendance. I'm not sure if there are any updates on the governor's executive order or updates on COVID. Michael, are you online and prepared to give us any sort of an update on the governor's most recent executive order? And Spencer, are you online and might be able, or Dr. Moffitt, give us an update on COVID and the statistics where we are?
Mr. Mayor, I'm here. There are no changes to the governor's orders as it relates to COVID. The current executive order for the state of emergency expires on September 10th. And
on what? On when?
September 10th.
Okay.
And the executive order regarding operations of businesses and public operations expires on Friday the 15th, or I'm sorry, Saturday the 15th. And so I'm anticipating a substitute order to come down probably either Friday or Saturday of this week for the next 2 weeks.
Dr. Moffitt or is Spencer on the call and able to update us on anything related to the numbers?
Yes, I'm here, sir. And
Great,
as far as numbers go, the 7-day moving average, we're still staying around the low 70s, high 60s for the confirmed case rate for the last several days, almost a week now. Last night, the North Central Health District released their weekly operational summary, and specifically, here are the highlights for Macon-Bibb County. The 14-day incident rate, that's the dates of July 20th through August 2nd, were 430. That was 430 per 100,000 population. Overall, for the date range of the July the 6th to July 17th to July 19th, and then July 20th through August the 2nd, there's a decrease of about 40% of newly confirmed COVID cases. However, we're still classified in the substantial spread within Macon-Bibb County. And the way that that is classified by the North Central Health District is that there's greater than 101 cases per 100,000 county residents. So we're continuing to.
Last week you talked to me about the 7-day moving average. That's
Yes,
not
sir.
the metric anymore.
I'm sorry, say that again.
I say the 7-day moving average was what y'all were using last week. That's not the metric anymore.
No, it still is. It still is that is absolutely the metric, but I'm just giving you more information about how we're classified by the North Central Health District and the way that they're looking at it as far as the spread of cases. There is substantial spread, for example, which is where we are, which is 101 cases per 100,000 county residents. Moderate spread would be 51 to 100 cases per 100,000 county residents, and it goes down from there.
Just because I'm curious, who's the lowest in the state?
If you
on that sheet.
If you give me a moment, I can pull that up. I'm pulling up the daily reports from the Georgia Department of Public Health. Let's look at the of total confirmed cases. Is that what you're looking for, sir?
I guess
Or
of
the
that
cases per 100,000?
per 100,000. I know you said we were 101.
So far, the lowest is Long County. They
What's
have
there?
647 cases per 100,000.
No, that would be the highest then. You said we were at 101 per 100,000.
No, this is the total confirmed cases. Bibb County. Those numbers that I gave you were for that specific date time frame.
Yeah. So what you said? You said Long County had 600. What were we when they had 600?
I'm pulling that up now. 2,395.66.
All right.
That is where we are.
2,095.
2,395, 2,395.66.
And that's not per 100. That's total cases, right?
No, confirmed cases is 3,645.
Just so I'm clear, what was the 2,000 number?
That's the cases per 100,000.
Oh my goodness! And now we're down to, and you said, okay, all right, I got you.
But those numbers that I gave you, those were for let me pull it back up.
2-week period.
Yeah, it's a 2-week period. Was the 430 is that 14 is within a 14-day incident rate. The 2,000 number is cumulative, everything.
I think the takeaway, though, Spencer, is that we're still in a high threat category.
Yes,
Therefore,
sir.
everybody needs to continue to follow all of the CDC protocols of social distancing, wearing a mask, washing your hands, sneezing into your elbow, et cetera, and avoiding large crowds, et cetera. That's the big takeaway, but keep us posted on further developments, Spencer. That's great.
Yes, sir.
Next item on the agenda is actually the first item on the written agenda, which is the approval of the minutes. The minutes of our July 28th committee of the whole meeting have been prepared and distributed. Are there any changes or corrections to the minutes? If not, can I get a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
By Schlesinger,
Second.
by Wynn. Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of approval of the minutes signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Ayes have it. Minutes are approved. The next item on our agenda, and I'm hoping that Julie is close by and can help me with this. The next item is funding for the Cotton Avenue Plaza and First Street, and a
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And this is just a proposal, so feel free to shoot it down if you want to, but it's a way that I think we can move forward on the first of these three projects. It's the caption is on your screen. That's an ordinance to approve and authorize the reappropriation of up to $200,000 from 2018 SPLOST revenues, calendar year 2019 roads and bridges, Central City Commons line item to provide funding for the planned improvements to Cotton Avenue Plaza, First Street, Rosa Parks Square. Julie?
Excuse me, sir. Before you get started on this.
Yes, sir.
I wanted to ask you, would you consider amending your agenda on the agenda for operations and finance today? We have a conversation on the CARES Act funding proposal. And I think that's very important to us to get done. It concerns the distribution and the spending of that $8 million that we need to do some stuff by September on. I know a lot of stuff is date sensitive. And I wanted to do that possibly while we were still fresh as a body and all here. I know we have the millage rate thing that puts us up against a time deadline. And the way your agenda is scheduled right now, this item will be the last thing we would discuss today. So I was hoping we could, if maybe move that to the back of your committee of the whole agenda. I think Elizabeth has a presentation that she.
I'd be more than happy to accommodate that. So Commissioner Watkins is moving to add an item to this agenda, removing it from the operations and finance agenda and moving it up to the committee of the whole agenda so we can all discuss it. And that's on this CARES Act funding. The motion by Commissioner Watkins to add that. Commissioner Lucas is a second to that. So all in favor of adding the CARES Act discussion to this agenda, being the last item on the committee of the whole, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. The ayes have it. So we'll make the CARES Act funding. And so tell Julie to get ready for that. Get ready for that at the end of this meeting. Okay. Back to the what we were talking about, the funding for the Cotton Avenue Plaza, the $200,000 that I'm suggesting, but I would be certainly open to an amendment to that, is for construction funding for the plaza. As you know, we approved these 3 projects, but each project has a financial trigger, and the funds have to be identified and earmarked or appropriated before we're authorized to commence any construction activities on it. So I thought that the $1.1 million in SPLOST funding that we had for Central City Commons, since we're not going to do the storm drain improvements at this point on Poplar Street that we were thinking about in connection with the Hyatt Hotel project, that we could use some of those funds. And I'm suggesting the $200,000 figure that would go toward the $500,000 figure or financial trigger for actually starting work on that project. Julie, are you there? Can you add anything to that?
Can you unmute yourself, please, Ms. Moore?
You may have to unmute yourself so we can hear you, Julie.
I'm sorry,
Actually,
I have it on the phone and I have to do it 2 places. Sorry about that. Yes, this money for the Central City Commons was set aside previously at $1 million, and that design incorporated a lot of the pieces in the downtown area, and it seemed appropriate to offer up some of that to be determined for the work at the plaza.
Right. I think originally the 1.1, is it 1.1? Is that what it is?
It is $1,066,000.
It was estimated to be a storm drain improvement for underground storage or temporary storage of storm water so that it could be released at a controlled rate and avoid some of the flooding issues that we've had down Poplar Street. And that those were going to be, we thought, maybe exacerbated by the new construction of the hotel and parking deck, et cetera. So this was supposed to be an underground storage for stormwater. But as I say, we're not moving forward on that right now. And I thought that perhaps a reallocation of that money to the plaza. Julie.
And let me also add that when we did get an initial feedback, it wasn't going to be a total of $1 million to do that improvement anyway.
Mr. Mayor,
Commissioner Wynn, go ahead.
and you're saying that you don't think that stormwater project is important to the downtown area right now? It has
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. What I'm saying is that we don't anticipate the hotel and parking deck construction that we were thinking about, which we thought was going to further exacerbate the problem.
But we still need that done. I don't see why we need to put that out because we need it done anyway.
Commissioner Wynn, let me just also add that the bid received was around 300,000. It was not $1 million.
Okay.
So we felt like there was some room.
That's
to-
fine.
to
Thank
lay
you,
it.
Julie. But I still think that that money should be used where it was designated to go. Just start working on this project because we'll have a problem with that if we don't fix it now.
That's certainly fair because I think this underground storage tank was going to be below the parking deck, if I understood the project correctly.
You won't be here, Mr. Mayor, when this stuff starts flooding. You'll be out of office by then and we'll say, why didn't we do this while we had money? I would not want to use that money, redirect it anywhere else right now. Let's just do it. If that's all it's going to take.
Right. But as Julie just said, you don't need the whole amount at this point. So this was just a thought, but if there's not a motion to move it.
Oh, yeah, motion for approval. Yeah, motion for approval.
So we got a motion and second, and this would go toward the financial trigger. I'm certainly hopeful that some of the money from the community foundation we can confirm the availability of that and the amount of that, and get us to the $500,000 trigger where we're then authorized by the legislation to move forward on that project. And I know a lot of people are anxious to move forward on that project. So it's got a motion by Watkins, second by Lucas. Is there further discussion?
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. To follow up on Commissioner Wynn, I think there had to be a reason that we previously allocated funds for that project in there. And it was initially explained to us that there was a great need to upgrade the pipes and a lot of other stuff in that area, that it was needed anyway. So I'd like to get some further clarification because I never heard anything about an underground storage of water or anything like that. What I remember from the discussion was that the pipes were not the right size, that there were other kinds of drainage issues that needed to be done. And we were glad to do it because not only would it improve the drainage in that area, but it would support the project. But my understanding was that it needed to be done.
All right, I'll be glad to get
well.
further. I'll be glad to get further information on that before next week. I think Clay Murphy,
okay.
if I'd planned on this, I could have had him available, but I think surely we can get that information.
Well, I'm glad
together.
there's enough to do both.
Right.
Do both of them.
Is there further discussion?
Bivens.
Hey, how are you, Commissioner Bivens? Good to see you, sir.
I'm doing okay. I'm just concerned that we say there are going to be 3 triggers, and we might go to 1955 where the trigger for Rosa Parks won't show up. So I don't know. I mean, that's just a common thing that always happens.
I appreciate that comment, but we got to start somewhere, and I think I'm starting where the majority of us want to start, but that's certainly not going to take anything away from my efforts and our efforts to identify funding. And I think we have made a pretty big step toward funding for the Rosa Parks Square improvements with the hotel project there in the Willie Hill Annex. But be that as it may, your point's well taken, sir, as always. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the ordinance signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no.
No.
Okay, I need a roll call vote then, please, Janice. I'm not good enough to, and people slow on the trigger to pull to unmute. So this will be a roll call vote on the funding for the Cotton Avenue Plaza. There's $200,000 out of the SPLOST funds to go toward that plaza at Cotton and 2nd Street. If you're in favor of that ordinance, you would vote yes. If you're opposed to it, you'd vote no.
Commissioners, if y'all will please unmute.
Scotty Hatton.
Scotty's still muted. Scott, you're still muted.
Well, he's waiting on his name to be called.
There you go. There he is. Mayor Pro Tem Tillman, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Bivens, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Allen, how do you vote?
No.
Commissioner Lucas, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Schlesinger, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones, how do you vote? Commissioner Jones, will you please unmute?
He didn't vote. Don't keep going.
Commissioner Jones, could you unmute? There you go.
No. Can you hear me?
No, I can. Thank you. Commissioner Shepard, how do you vote?
No.
Commissioner Watkins, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Wynn, how do you vote?
No.
By my reading, that's 5 yeses, 4 noes.
Yes, sir.
Five yeses. The ayes have it. So the ordinance is approved. That'll move us to the third item, which is the Minotaur Group contract. And I am told that this is something we need to take action on, not just now, but actually we need it. We put it on the agenda for the special call meeting, I hope, Janice, at 1 o'clock.
Yes, sir. We did.
Because Spencer says we've got to have this done ASAP. Spencer, can you tell us about the Minotaur Group contract?
Yes, we would like to engage the Minotaur Group in hiring them to write 2 plans for us. One would be a hurricane and disaster response and sheltering plan, specifically in a COVID environment, which we are now. Over the last 5.5 years, we've been impacted at least 4 different occasions with hurricane and severe weather, as well as we have sheltering operations where we have sheltered those evacuees from either the Atlantic coast or from Southwest Georgia to take shelter and refuge in our community. And because we are in this very unique COVID environment, that changes our operation. We have our local emergency operation plan. We've got a lot of plans in place, but none of them address this very unique, very specific issue of how do we do operations when we can't stand 6 feet next to each other. The second plan that we're going to have them work on is an overall pandemic plan. We do have a basic pandemic response plan, but once again, COVID has changed a lot of things for us and we need to update it. We need to get this plan updated. And the reason that we are engaging the Minotaur Group in doing this is, to be very honest, with everything that's gone on, with all the new requirements that we have with emergency management, EMA simply doesn't have the staffing to accommodate the thoughtful and the thoughtful and time-consuming, if you will, planning process that it would take to do this correctly and to do this right.
And I understand, Spencer, that part of the need for this is that this is hurricane season. It's upon us. August is a hot month for it, and COVID's still with us. And so we need to get the plans done ASAP. I can't imagine anything worse than having people evacuating from the coast or the Florida coast in the Gulf, coming up here taking shelter. And then we've got hundreds, if not maybe even thousands of people coming into the community. So I think trying to plan and prepare for that is good. And so this is $39,324.
And sir, let me say this, if you don't mind. One of the reasons to move this along expeditiously is we're planning on paying for this out of the CARES Act funding. There's a specific line item in the CARES Act funding that addresses emergency planning specifically for areas just like this. And so that's good point. Why we're moving along pretty quickly.
Can I ask a question, Mr. Mayor?
Absolutely. Go ahead, Commissioner Wynn.
This Minotaur Group, Spencer, where did that group come from? Who are they?
Yes, ma'am. I've got Tony Alexiou, who's on with the Minotaur Group. They are a specific emergency planning consulting firm that's done this time and time again. So I'll let Tony speak for himself and talk a little bit about his company and the wealth of experience that they bring to this.
Aren't you glad I asked, Tony?
Very good. Mr. Alexiou?
Mr. Mayor, thank you very much. Director Hawkins, thank you.
Uh-oh.
Much. I apologize in advance. My internet connection is a little bit unstable, so if I freeze up, let me know, and I'll repeat anything you need me to repeat. I've been doing emergency management now for over 20 years. I made my bones, so to speak, down in South Florida during the hurricane seasons of 2004 and 2005. Katrina, Wilma, France. It was the 2 years where we had hurricanes hitting the coast like every 15 minutes, it felt like. So you learn quick, and I honed my expertise very well. From there, my experience took me up to Washington, D.C., where I currently am. Was Deputy Director for Emergency Management for Montgomery County, Maryland, which, for those who are not familiar, it's almost 2 million person county. It borders Washington, D.C. As you can imagine, a lot going on there. And again, a lot of work we've had both with even hurricane scares, because some of them do hook up along the Mississippi and kind of hit us from the west side, and pandemic, actually. H1N1 was one of the first tasks I had to deal with when I first arrived up there. In terms of peers acknowledging what I do, I was named for 2 years in a row as the chairman of the Metropolitan Washington Emergency Managers Committee, which oversaw actually the UASI funding as well as everything else. I represented 17 emergency managers in our region, both at the state and federal levels. This is work that we've done inside and out. The hurricanes, I've lived them firsthand.
I think you froze up on us, Tony. Let me jump in here while he's unfreeze. Let me jump in. And Commissioner Wynn, one of the reasons that we'd like to use the Minotaur group is the fact that that they have both, in-person hurricane experience, as you can hear from South Florida, and local government experience, which is exactly what we're looking for.
I'm not questioning that they're the right group. I just didn't know if you looked at other groups too.
Yeah, we looked at several other local organizations, and they just didn't have the capacity to get this done, both from the experience and in the time frame.
And let me make sure I understand this. There is a line item in the CARES Act that provides funding for this.
Yes, Julie can confirm that there is an emergency planning line item.
Correct. It's an allowable expense, and we have included it in the anticipated expenditure.
Can I get a motion then on the resolution?
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion by Wynn, second by Jones. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the resolution signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. The ayes have it. The resolution is approved, and it will be on the agenda at the 1 o'clock special call meeting so that we can take final action on it then and get started on the planning process. Next is a contract for improvements to the Robert Train Memorial Recreation Center at the corner of First and Oglethorpe Street. The bids have come back, and Piedmont Construction Group was the winner with $888,218.76 for phase one of the restoration, which is basically the envelope, the outside, and to make it weatherproof. That's the recommendation from the selection committee and the contract. Can I turn this over to the attorney's office to tell us what the contract is, Michael or Duke?
I think that's Michelle. Michelle, are you on?
I am. Good morning.
Good morning, Michelle.
It is a two-phase project. This is a guaranteed fixed price for that amount. There have been several reports that were done prior to this one moving forward, which included a survey, an inspection, and an asbestos report, lead-based paint report. One thing to kind of pay attention to with this is that we are seeking historic tax credits. So it will be the responsibility of the builder to work closely with Historic Macon Foundation, as well as to make sure that they're in compliance with the Georgia State Historic Preservation Office, so that those supplemental tax credits can be a part of this. This is a project that will be that will have the oversight of Cass Hatcher as the project manager, and it's anticipated that Piedmont would also perform phase 2 of this contract. Piedmont will be working with Dunwoody as the architect for the design, and I think most of us were there when the plans were presented to, keep as much of the historic integrity in place for the building, for the structure. But it will be a mixed use venue. There will be office space in there, which, as I understand it, Georgia Extension is going to make use of, but it will also be available for community activities as well. Are there any specific questions I can answer?
Yes.
Go ahead, Commissioner Watkins.
So I'm clear. Well, up until this point, how much have we spent?
I think I had a budget of something like $12,000 or $15,000, and we got a phase one done by Warren Associates to kind of give us a ballpark estimate of whether or not the building was worth saving. That came back positive. Yes, it was worth saving, but we needed to hurry. We needed to get something done. Then we had this funding identified and approved that was enough to get the building stabilized and secured, so that the further deterioration wouldn't happen. And I'm hoping that we can get additional funding from the philanthropic effort and identify an end user, that being the university extension service, because I think it would be great space for them and for all that they do. Gardening outside, cooking inside, space, gymnasium for activities of the 4-H club, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
So that I'm clear then. So the 888,000, this is the phase one.
Correct.
So how much is the phase two then?
It is significantly less. It's a range at this point, and a lot of that is still to be determined. The budget at this point that's been set for it is between $500,000 to $700,000.
All right.
Question.
Was that Commissioner Bivens?
Al Tillman.
Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem. Go ahead.
I just recall, I know of a few folks that put in for this particular bid. And just looking back, I really don't understand what's the hurry for this particular project. I just see so many projects that we've tried to push, from blight initiatives to, trying to do, whether it's the Rosa Parks Square and other projects. And it just amazes me how these projects become, just make it to fruition initially without any funding. I know that the bids that were possibly put in through some, that this bid was a little bit higher maybe than others. What is our process? Who's in the office that's handling these things? Because I'm interested in knowing who are the 2 or the 3 finalists, and what was the determining factor to award this, and who's handling our procurement? Is administration just doing everything that we're in COVID-19 and we really don't know what's going on? And y'all are just coming here telling us who's won bids and how this thing is? These projects and this amount of money, all this stuff, there's no hurry to do this particular project. We wanted to initially spend $12,000 to see if the building was worth saving or salvaging. We got that answer. And so we don't need to be moving forward with this project. I really don't think we're moving forward with this project. But I would like to have those questions answered. What is our procurement process? Who are the finalists in this process, and how is it scored?
Well, let me respond quickly, and then I'll move on because I see other questions. The administration has always done the procurement process and brought the end result. When we had Chauncey, he would come and tell you the process that was gone through and the bids that went out and the selection and the recommendation and scoring sheets, this, that, or the other. We don't have Chauncey here right now, but we can call on the attorney, so that Michelle may be able to help us with that. Go ahead, Duke.
Sure. No,
Just
that's fine.
a little bit. It's my understanding that with this particular, I don't know who the finalists were, and perhaps Duke.
I can answer
you
that.
did that
Let me jump in. To answer your first question, Mayor Pro Tem, there is no procurement officer right now. So Lauren Schultz in my office have been asked by the administration to fill in and has been doing that for the last 6 months, 4 months. According to Dr. Duhart has a posting for the procurement person to replace Chauncey. We haven't gotten any responses yet. Is my understanding, and she's not on. It's my understanding that as of yesterday, because I ask that all the time because Lauren is overwhelmed with trying to help with procurement. The process right now is what it's been, which is in this case, for example, the request for qualifications and proposals were sent out through the normal procurement process. There were 969 vendors. There were 2 in this case, according to what I'm reading. I don't get involved in procurement, but according to what the resolution says, there were 2 responses on the deadline to that RFP. One was Piedmont, the other one was Warren Associates. The RFP provided for a total bid on both parts of the construction, and this was the lowest bidder and it had the highest points. And the procurement process is a point-based system where you look at both price and expertise and a bunch of other things. And this had the best. This bidder had the most points. But to answer your question about process, that's generally, and she's just followed what Chauncey did. So I know we're diligently looking for, according to Dr. Duhart, a new procurement person, but they haven't been able to get anybody yet.
So just because I'm curious, what was
Commissioner Watkins, let me follow up to that, please.
Yeah, we'll go back to Tillman, and then I've got Wynn that needs to be recognized, and then
I was just curious on what the actual points and dollar amount were different.
I know that we've been looking for a procurement officer. I know for a fact that procurement people locally put in for the position. I know that Dr. Moffitt personally received applications. I know, Mr. Mayor, of people you suggested to put in for this position. Nothing has happened or been done. And I will mention one person because I know of his qualifications.
Well, don't do that.
I won't do that. And I mean of somebody that's put in for these positions. So it hasn't been brought to the commission. So when we say we're still looking for somebody, everybody understands that COVID-19 has affected this entire government. This is one of those issues that's not pressing for us to spend funding or money. So this is one of those things that could possibly wait for a procurement officer. I think we need to take the same energy of spending nearly $1 million and use it toward getting somebody in our office and using this money and funding for things that 9 commissioners have either brought to this commission's attention, such as cutting the grass on Pine, Eisenhower, Zebulon Road, Bass Road, and many main thoroughs. If we use that same energy to do it like some of these commissioners are requesting, I think we'll be more receptive to spending this type of money. And I think until we begin to do that, and we've been saying it for years, and now there's no push and fight to try and say, well, now we're going to get tough on this. This is not a priority of something we should be doing or spending. And that's all I'm saying.
Mr. Mayor,
now, we may move forward with it, but we have to get a procurement officer in place that can share this information of how this bidding process happened.
Well, may I?
I'll get there. Hold on, Dr. Moffitt. Hold on. I'll get there. I've got Commissioner Wynn, who's next, and then Commissioner Watkins, and then to Dr. Moffitt.
I've been waving my little hand up there. Thank you. You need to mark this on your calendar. I actually find myself agreeing with Mayor Pro Tem. I think that this project got pushed up there to the top of the list out of nowhere. Basically, I'm not saying that I'm not in favor of this project at the train center, but I think that he makes a very good point. That Mayor Pro Tem makes a very good point. It got pushed ahead of others and is just moving along faster than anything. We can spend this money on other places, just like he mentioned, taking care of our area, cleaning, making up before we go ahead with this project. This project can wait. I just think that he's right on that.
Thank you, Commissioner Wynn. Commissioner Watkins, back to you, and then Dr. Moffitt.
Thank you, Commissioner Tillman, for that perspective. That was very well stated. And just point out, the source of funds is the blight dollars, which is pretty much all the blight dollars that you're trying to assume for the year 2021 for this project. If I would budget year 2021, which is like Commissioner Tillman said, we could be using this for so much more. So yeah, thank you for that perspective, sir. I totally agree. All right. Motion to table.
Dr. Moffitt.
Yes, I just want to clear up what Mayor Pro Tem said as far as the process. One, when Mr. Wilmore left, we posted a position.
Point of order. There was a motion to table, and I second.
I didn't hear that.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear. I missed that.
Commissioner Watkins made a motion to table, and I
didn't hear that.
Point of order.
I didn't hear a motion to table. Commissioner Watkins?
Yeah, I did.
I sure didn't hear it. I beg your pardon. Motion to table. Is there a second to the motion to table?
Second.
By Mayor Pro Tem, that's non-debatable. So all of those in favor of tabling this would vote yes. If you're opposed to tabling it and continuing the discussion, you'd vote no. I'll ask the clerk to call the roll so we get a good clear count.
On the motion to table, Mayor Pro Tem Tillman, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Bibbins, how do you vote? Commissioners, if y'all will please unmute. Commissioner Bibbins, how do you vote?
I want to vote yes, but I need a clarification. My understanding is, well, I'm not supposed to be discussing it though, am I? But my understanding is it was determined that if this was going to be done at all, you couldn't wait because the building becomes destabilized. So
exactly right.
So I'm going to vote. I don't know. I guess we still will vote next week. Okay, I vote the table.
Commissioner Allen, how do you vote?
Table.
Commissioner Lucas, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Schlesinger, how do you vote?
No.
Commissioner Jones, how do you vote?
It would be nice if you allowed discussion by colleagues instead of tabling something so quickly and then do your table. I vote no.
Commissioner Shepard, how do you vote?
No.
Commissioner Watkins, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Wynn, how do you vote?
Yes.
6-3, Mr. Mayor, to table.
6-3 to table. So this is tabled, and we'll try to get additional information for you. We need to move on to item 5, the Sumter County Hospital bonds, and I understand that this is for Americas in Sumter County, but because the facility is located in Bibb County, we have to approve the bonds. Is that right? So I'll call on Duke to see if we can shed a little light on that.
Okay, thank you. This is not a bond approval, and what this is the Sumter County Hospital Authority has issued bonds, a part of which is being used to refinance a location in Macon, Magnolia Manor. The Hospital Authorities Act requires that when a hospital authority, Sumter County Hospital Authority, operates in another jurisdiction, that the local governing authority as well as the local hospital authority approve of that operation. And by issuing bonds to refinance the facility, they are, quote, operating in our jurisdiction. This has nothing to do with our bond capacity. We're not financing anything. We're not putting credit. We're just simply saying by passing this resolution that you can operate by issuing the bonds against this facility in this community. We're not putting up any of our money or credit or anything like that. This is just because the Hospital Authorities Act requires us to approve it.
Make a motion to approve.
Good. Got a motion by Allen. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Wynn. Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the resolution, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. The ayes have it, and the resolution is approved. That takes us next to a solid waste disposal plan. And this is a discussion item. We don't have anything specific for you to vote on, but we wanted to bring you up to date as a commission on kind of where we were and what the timeline needs to be, and what the administration is recommending that we follow as far as a solid waste disposal plan. Let me just begin by saying, obviously everybody knows that the Walker Road landfill that we are currently using has a limited life expectancy, and that's estimated to be somewhere between 2 and 4 years, depending on how fast you add stuff to it. So it could be as short as 2 years. Maybe if you stretch it out a little bit more, you can get it to 4 years. But we're making plans to close the Walker Road landfill. When you close the Walker Road landfill, two things happen. Number one, you have the immediate requirement for a massive amount of dirt of a certain quality. It has to be less porous, more like clay than dirt to put over the top. It takes an 18-inch layer of this dirt, and we've got about 120 acres to cover, 18 inches deep of this type of dirt that we need. So that's the first thing that we have to have. When you close the landfill, you need to have this massive amount of the right kind of dirt. The second thing is that once you close that landfill, you've got to have an alternate plan for what you're going to do with the waste that was going in there. Even though the Walker Road landfill is classified and operates as a municipal solid waste landfill, it is, I think, the only one in the state now not to be lined as required by Subtitle D. But it is still operating as a municipal solid waste landfill, even though the vast majority of our household garbage that we pick up is collected by Advanced and taken by truck directly to their landfill over in Wolf Creek, which is in Twiggs County. So they truck the garbage to their landfill. We have a contract, and Dr. Moffitt can refresh my recollection. We just extended the contract with Advanced again, I think, for 5 years. And Dr. Moffitt can chime in and correct me if I'm wrong. But I think we've got right. I think we've got that 5-year contract, but it's one where either party can.
You say we extended that?
Dr. Moffitt, to refresh my recollection, that's my understanding.
Yes, it was renewed.
We were going to bid it out for better service.
We did. We bid it out.
Bid it out.
We
did bid it out, and they came in with a lower figure than they had been charging us.
Exactly.
Okay.
So at any rate, we've got a window of time, but thank goodness we've got a window of time to make alternate arrangements if we want to. We are afraid, and our consultants have recommended strongly to us that we maintain some level of control over the waste stream. And the way that they recommended that we do that, certainly for municipal solid waste, was to build a transfer station so that you can take it from the collection trucks and put it into a larger container and ship it basically by tractor trailer truck to one of several different municipal solid waste landfills in the area. Perhaps it would still be Wolf Creek because it's close. But if the cost went up excessively because of their proximity to us, it may be more advantageous to ship it to to a landfill up in Lamar County, or I believe it is, or Butts County, which one or the other up there, that's operated by Republic. Or if that didn't work, you could go over toward West Georgia, and there's a landfill over there in West Georgia that we could use. So the transfer station to municipal solid waste allows you then the flexibility to get the right price based on transportation cost and everything else, but the right price to at least be competitive and keep yourself from being taken advantage of just by somebody that has a local monopoly on it, and you almost got to take it to them. So the transfer station was a part of it. That was the second component of the solid waste plan. First component being the dirt that we need. The second being the transfer station. The third component is, what do you do with construction and demolition debris? C&D, construction and demolition debris, should not be put in an MSW landfill. To put it in an MSW landfill, you're paying MSW type prices, and you don't need to do that because C&D, which is inert material, doesn't have to be covered every day like a municipal solid waste does. You have to cover that every day with 6 inches of dirt. C&D, you don't have to cover once every 30 days with it. So it certainly behooves us to look at the possibility of having a C&D landfill, especially when we are saying we contemplate the demolition of hundreds, if not thousands, of structures that are blighted, dilapidated, and abandoned in our community. So if you're going to do that, then it makes the case even stronger for the C&D landfill. So when we put out this bid months ago through the procurement process, we were looking for dirt. We were looking for a transfer site, and we were looking for a C&D landfill site. We went through a process, but the short answer to get down to where we are right now, we have Eberhard Industries that has offered us a site on Meade Road. It's about 170 acres, and it has been approved as a C&D landfill site by the Georgia Department of Environmental Protection, EPD. On the division of DNR. So it is approved as a site for a C&D landfill, but still needs to have a D&O plan, that's development and operation plan, filed and approved. Also on that same site, that same 170 acre site, we have the type of dirt that we need, this same kind of clayey, non-porous dirt that we need to close the landfill in sufficient quantities to close the landfill. So the offering price that was initially suggested was about $8,700,000 for this 170 acres that's approved as a C&D landfill site. The recommendation now is, because of where we are, we can conclude a contract with Eberhard and sort of a two-phase closing. Phase one would be to actually buy the property, and that would cost us a down payment amount of $3 million. $3 million would be roughly the equivalent of what you would pay for the dirt, which we would begin to mine immediately and transport over to the Walker Road landfill site where it would be stockpiled. So that would give you then the immediate availability of the right kind of dirt to start moving and transporting over to the Walker Road site to begin closure of the landfill at some appropriate point in the future. The second part of this is that Eberhard would be under an obligation to pay for and provide two things. the primary one being the D&O plan, the development and operation plan, and have it approved by DNR. The D&O plan that they are contemplating will ask for 5 million cubic yards of disposal space, airspace. 5 million cubic yards of disposal airspace, which would probably give you somewhere between 15 and 20 years of capacity, depending on how quick you add stuff to it, obviously, but somewhere between 15 and 20 years of capacity, so that you could take not just blighted structures that we want to take down, but it would also be a service to the residents of Macon-Bibb who want to clean out their garage and take C&D stuff, or you can put yard debris in a C&D landfill, and, so we pick up tons of yard debris. It would also be a location where we could put a service or convenience center for people who wanted to bring recycled materials there and offload mattresses and bulky and reduce the amount of unlawful dumping that we see happening all over the county right now, because we don't have an operational C&D landfill site, nor do we have an operational inert material site. The EPD made us close the old one down that was down there on Walker Road. So what we are contemplating is bringing a contract to you for Eberhart Industries. That would be this 2-part contract. Number one, an initial acquisition of the property, payment of $3 million, and the surface mining permit being prepared so that we could start to excavate the dirt. The second part would be, once they get their D&O plan approved, we would agree to pay $1.75 per cubic yard of disposal space approved by EPD in the E&O plan, not to exceed a maximum, not to exceed a maximum of the $8,720,490 asking price for the property. So we wanted to get, before we got too far down this track, we wanted to update you, the commission, and to discuss with you where we are and to see if there's a consensus on how to proceed from here. Commissioner Watkins, I see you, and then Commissioner Jones. So go, others to follow. Commissioner Watkins.
I'm fascinated that you are doing this in the open, and usually you send us to a closed session for so much less. But I think, again, it's kind of highlights the need for a procurement officer and a process, because I know we've been receiving bids on this, or have received bids. And I think one of the proposals I was most fascinated by because of its efficiency was to get the dirt from the Walker Road site. Like, my understanding is that at the Walker Road landfill, a stone's throw away is a quarry that we've always gotten dirt for. And I don't know if we've given that the same level of due diligence. I don't know if we've given that idea the same level of due diligence to acquire the dirt. And also, another part of the proposal that we received was that Castile transfer station was available for sale. Already developed transfer station, and we could spend less money and upgrade that facility. And the transfer station has the ability to receive household goods as well as C&D material in its current state. And it just becomes a matter of, like you said earlier, finding the vendors to move it away. And I don't think there's much limiting it from receiving and recycling as well. Just both of those proposals together seem like they were of a lower amount and more efficient and a short term to get them done. I don't know why we took those off the table.
Let me respond to that, if I may, and then we'll go to Commissioner Jones next. But the Walker family, John Walker, did not respond to the RFP. because we put it out that you could respond for one, dirt, two items, dirt and landfill, or all three items you could put in a proposal. He didn't submit anything for any of the three. So he was not, and when I saw him and talked to him later about it, he just said that they had let that slip by and they just didn't answer.
And so then we changed the code last week to allow for dirt to be a commodity item.
We did, and but like I say, this RFP part is predated that. So the second part, Commissioner Watkins, you're right. I don't know the exact location of what he is suggesting, but I do know if it's in close proximity, you're gonna have the same water table issues that we have had down there forever. That as soon as you start digging a hole, it starts filling up with water because the water table is so high down there, and you run into problems of having to try to pump water out of the hole that you're digging. And the deeper you dig, the faster the water comes in. And we have not had good luck mining dirt down there in that area. But because he didn't submit anything, there's nothing for us to look at this point. And this Eberhard property includes the dirt. So it makes it a kind of a doubly attractive in my mind. But that's just to respond to your question. Commissioner Jones,
I guess
oh, well, I'm sorry, did I?
Yeah, and I guess the second part of mine was building the transfer or buying the transfer station
and that
steel and not building a C&D landfill because we don't actually need one if we build a transfer station.
Two points to that. We are still looking at the Castile transfer station site. It's literally a quarter of a mile down Meade Road from this Eberhard site. It's very, very close to the Eberhard site, and we are still actively entertaining that as a transfer station. He has it permitted as a C&D transfer station.
Right. I don't need or want. So whatever proposal you're coming back, I don't need the Eberhard C&D landfill site.
Well, I understand that's your position, but I'm wondering if that's the position of the commission. I think that if you pay the transportation cost of your blighted houses that you hope to tear down to a remote facility, then you're incurring all those additional costs. And yes, you may get out of the cost of operating a landfill, a C&D landfill, but as I pointed out, it's a much easier proposition to operate a C&D landfill that you only have to cover once every 30 days with dirt. Plus, you'll have other people bringing C&D material that you can charge for disposing of it. So it's actually a money-making proposition as well, Commissioner Watkins.
Have we ever been fined for our C&D landfill operation before?
Have we ever what, sir?
Have we ever been cited by the EPD or EPA for the operations of our C&D landfill currently? And I asked that, I'm pretty sure we have.
To my knowledge, no. It's always been the MSW part that's caused us the trouble. And the MSW part has caused us the trouble because of the vertical expansion that was allowed 15, 20 years ago. So that
why are we
rather
not
than
operating the C&D landfill now if it was in such good shape currently? Why are we not allowed to operate it now?
Because it was behind the Walker Road landfill and was in the water table, and EPD came and made us shut it down on short notice because it was in the water table. Not the way it was being operated, just the fact that it was in the floodplain and in the water table.
Did the water table shift?
No, but the EPD regulations did. How about that?
It's not quite.
Let me go to Commissioner Jones and I'll come back because I'm confident, and we may need to have additional conversations on other days. I'm not trying to cram anything through today, but I am trying to bring you up to speed and let you know that we need to take action. Commissioner Jones, let me get to you.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
On just one preface, the procurement position, we had discussions about that before. That is, it was being turned over to the county attorney's office because it involved contracts, and we were advised, and I agreed that was a better fit for looking at different bids and whatnot, because you needed someone with legal and contract expertise. So on this particular one, I'd be interested to know who was involved in on negotiating. I think the site, from what I understand, is maybe the most perfect site as far as readiness goes. I think the list price was 8.7 million. So I'm wondering, fill me in on what was negotiated and
Mr. Mayor,
what was the give and take
right.
like as far as that contract.
All right. Let me respond to that by saying that what we asked them to do and they agreed to do was at their expense to proceed and get the D&O plan done.
Heard that.
So, right. So that's going to be a pretty horrific expense to them to get the D&O plan done and approved. But we agreed to use the actual cubic yards of disposal space approved by EPD as a basis for this $1.75, which is kind of a recognized figure, $1.75 per cubic yard of disposal space, but not to exceed the original max price. Plus, there's no additional charge, as you might imagine, since we're buying the site, no charge for the dirt. So we're getting the dirt that we need, and that is estimated to be between $3 and $4 million of value in and of itself.
Right. I like certain components of it. I was just curious as to what was negotiated and what was the give and take, because I knew that was the list price or the asking price. And
right.
So I have no idea what the D&O, what does that cost? I have no experience on what is the deal, what is the development and operations. What's the expense of that? Is that a $10,000 cost, or I have no idea what that is. I'm just trying to make sure we're getting the best deal for the taxpayers. I think the site is an excellent site. It provides everything we need.
Right. And I will chime in right there and say, Commissioner Jones, the hard part is to find another appropriate site for a C&D landfill. It is not easy to site a C&D landfill in Bibb County. I mean, it just is not. Every neighborhood's going to fight you. Everybody's going to fight you. And the beauty of this is it's already approved as a C&D landfill site, subject to having an approved D&O plan. And we were provided recently with the EPD letter where they extended the time for a D&O plan to give Eberhard this additional time that they need to work with us, because we are copied on this, and EPD is interested and our being the ones that will actually end in owning this C&D site.
Right. I totally agree. I think the site has everything we need in all the components and everything I've heard and been advised on. That I don't know if there is another site.
We have not been able to find one. The ones that were identified, different commissioners felt very strongly about each, different ones of them. Commissioner Lucas was pretty adamantly opposed to one over on the east side. Commissioner Allen was pretty adamantly opposed to one out the west side. It's just real hard. This one, however, because of its proximity, because of what's around it or not around it, really does make it an ideal site. And like I say, it's already a permitted site, so you don't have to go through that. Or I should say it's an approved site for a C&D landfill.
I agree. It's the most ideal.
Any other commissioner have any question or comment, inquiry at this point? Then we're going to proceed to finalize negotiations and see if we can come up with a final plan to bring to you as quickly as possible, but certainly not more than a month away. And I hope we can get it to you in 2 weeks, because Michelle has been working on the contract, I think. So maybe we can have it 2 weeks from now, but this is be a heads up, and we'll try to have a more complete presentation for you at that point. Can I move on now to the last item on the agenda, which is the discussion of the CARES Act funding? No objection. No objection to that. Then we'll call on Julie to kind of lead us in where we are with. Let me see if I get this right, Julie. Phase 1, Part 1 of the reimbursement funding, and then what's phase 1, Part 2.
Julie, do you, Mayor, I don't want to interrupt, but do you want me to? I think we were planning on doing a little bit of a PowerPoint to lead in.
Yeah, I would recommend that.
Excellent. Okay.
Yeah. This is Rachel here. I have the latest PowerPoint presentation that was sent, Julie. If you would like me to bring it up, and then someone can tell me to move forward with the slides, or if someone else would rather run it, that's fine too.
No, I'd rather you run it because I'll mess it up.
Okay, excellent. Give me 1 second to get this pulled up.
Okay. And then Julie, I'll go through the beginning part, and then when we get to the budget stuff, I'll just turn it back over to you if you don't mind.
And Miss Moore, I just wanted to make sure your microphone is on.
All right.
Can you hear
Can
me?
everybody?
Yep.
Everybody hear me okay? And we got the first slide of the CARES Act PowerPoint on the screen. Our intent after we go through this presentation is we'll send all of the commissioners a hard copy of this just in case you get questions or you just want a reference point. It's just very high level what the CARES Act Coronavirus Relief Fund is and what's not. So we'll send you a hard copy of this when we finish. All right, so the first part is what we're going to go over really quickly. I've gone over this several times verbally in the last couple of weeks. The background on the CARES Act with respect to the Coronavirus Relief Fund, the background on the Georgia specific funding, and specifically to Macon-Bibb County. We'll go over the deadlines, which are, I think, for all purposes, very tight, and the issues related to those deadlines, and then the proposed preliminary allocation that I know that Commissioner Watkins and Julie have been discussing about how to go through the different allocations. So next slide, please. Okay, so high level, the CARES Act was passed this year and signed into law. It has had $150 billion coronavirus relief fund specific to local governments. They are paid to states and eligible local governments based upon population. Local governments with over 500,000 get money directly. Municipalities like ourselves, under 500,000 in population, have to get funds from the state, which are allocated by the governor's office and administered by the governor's office. So our dealings as far as the funds from here on out will be with the governor's office. Next slide. Thank you. So what does the CARES Act provide in terms of these funds? It's general, very general, high level. It requires that the payments from the fund only be used to cover expenses, which are number one, necessary expenditures incurred due to the public health emergency with respect to COVID. So anything we spend, we have to relate back to it's a necessary expenditure because of COVID. Number two, the funds that we are spending were not accounted for in our normal budget, which would have ended for 2020. That really when the CARES Act was passed, they picked a date out of the air and say if the expenses were not accounted for in the budget most recently approved as of March 27, 2020, which will be our 2020 fiscal year budget. So if we account for these items in our budget, that'd be another trigger that we can use the funds. Third, we've got to incur these expenses between March 1st going backwards, and Julie can talk about that a little bit later of this year, through December 30th of this year. Right now, we've got to account for, spend the money between those 2 dates. Next slide, please. All right, what is necessary expenditures incurred due to the public health emergency with respect to COVID? The U.S. Treasury Department has issued guidance on this, and it's at that website location. And I think Mayor Pro Tem last week had asked about who is the who is regulating this from a legal standpoint? It's both the federal government, we have to comply with their treasury guidelines, as well as the state regulations related to this. So it's both. And so what are necessary expenditures? And again, we're going to get to this a little bit later in more detail. Medical expenses, for example, such as temporary medical facilities that we might pay for or need to help somebody pay for. Public health expenses, these are self-evident, such as PPE, costs related to disinfecting public areas, public safety measures, technical assistance for COVID mitigation. So, for example, we might get requests from entities that are helping with education or even helping with testing locations that we could assist them with in terms of grant money. Certain payroll expenses for public safety, healthcare, and similar employees who are substantially dedicated to responding to COVID-19. So if we haven't budgeted, for example, overtime related to certain employees who've had to deal with COVID-19 matters, spend a lot of their time doing that, then we might be able to defray some payroll expenses from this fund. Expenses to facilitate compliance with COVID-19 health measures, such as food delivery to vulnerable populations with limited access to food. What obviously we know is because there are certain people who can't get out of their house and they can't go to the grocery store and they don't have access to home delivery, we have some funds available to help them with that. Telework capabilities for public employees. Here, for example, there are a lot of people who have to work from home, and we can use this money to help with that. Expenses for COVID prevention in homeless populations. I know that's something that Commissioner Watkins has been very concerned about, and that's something we can spend money on from this fund. Expenses for sanitizing and improving social distancing at jails and prisons. That's another necessary expenditure. Economic support, such as grants to small businesses to reimburse for COVID-related closures or grants to prevent foreclosures and utility cutoff. So we can establish as part of this grant sort of a sub-grant for people to apply to say, I had to close my business down because of COVID. It's got to be related back to COVID, and I need some money to help me either reopen or help me with my business expenses because of that. Same with people who might be looking at a foreclosure, tax foreclosure, for example, because they couldn't work because of COVID. So if you give money out to citizens who apply as part of this grant, they still have to articulate, and we still have to approve that it's related to COVID-related problems. Next slide. All right, what is not necessary expenditures? In other words, what would be disqualified as an expenditure that we're going to be spending this money on? Certain ineligible expenditures are payroll and benefit expenses for employees whose work duties are not substantially dedicated to mitigating or responding to COVID public health emergency. Another qualification on this would be just regular payroll expenses that you budget would not be, that would be exempt. We could not spend funds to help pay for employees when we've already budgeted their payroll expenses. Expenses that will be reimbursed under a federal program, such as federal funding under the CARES Act to schools. So if, for example, local schools, public and private, have gotten direct federal money, we could not use this fund to help pay for things that they needed as long as they'd gotten it from another source. So we can't, those would be ineligible expenses. Reimbursement to donors for donated items or services. So somebody donates a PPE, we could not use this money to pay them back for that. Workforce bonuses are ineligible. Severance pay for employees is ineligible, and legal settlement. So if we get sued because of COVID for some reason and we have to settle it, we cannot use these funds to pay for that settlement. Next slide. Continuing on of things that we could not use the money for. And this is a big one, and it gets a little bit of in a gray area, and we can talk about that in the next 2 points, but you cannot use these funds, the government cannot use these funds for revenue replacement. They have to be very specific items related to COVID that are unbudgeted. Now, what does revenue replacement mean? This is where it gets a little bit in a gray area. Can the funds be used to pay property taxes, for example? Well, the short answer is no. It can't be used for government revenue replacement, as I just said. However, in the sub-grants I was talking about earlier, in certain circumstances, if somebody can show that they have a foreclosure that's imminent because of delinquent taxes, we might be able to use funds to help pay for that, for those taxes to prevent a foreclosure. So it's very specific on the facts of a particular request.
I got a question.
Yes.
I thought the President of the United States had issued a order that said that you could not evict or put somebody out of their home because of fees as well as due to hardship because of COVID. Is that not still in existence?
It may be. Whether it's enforceable or not, I don't know. But if somebody were going through a foreclosure process and it's related to COVID expenses, then that's something we could potentially pay for. My point here, though, is you could not just, somebody applies and says, I'm having a hard time, I'm financially strapped, can I have some money to help me with my mortgage?
And they would apply, and who would they apply through, Duke?
They would apply, this part of it, they would apply. We're all talking about applications to us.
Right.
So we have a pot of money, and Julie can talk about this more specifically. We can spend through the Bibb County on certain of these items.
Okay, that's what I need to know.
Sure. All right, next bullet point here. Can the funds, go back. Sorry. Can the funds be used to pay utility fees? I've had this question a lot. Like the taxes part, funds can not be used for any governmental entities revenue replacement. So Macon Water Authority charging for water, for example, can't use these to pay for, to get people to pay their water bill simply for revenue replacement, Macon Water Authority. However, if somebody were, for example, about to have their lights cut off or their water cut off and they were facing economic hardship due to COVID, it's got to be proven it's linked to COVID, potentially you could use some of these funds for that. And again, it's a very fact-specific type of analysis whether that particular application would be approved. But,
so correct me if I'm wrong, Duke, but
yeah.
the way I interpreted revenue replacement was that the government couldn't say that typically we collect 165 million from taxes. This year we collected 160 million, so I want $5 million. Like right. That would be, I was thinking that is revenue replacement, but if there was some type of small business or homeless prevention program where a person wrote a letter of hardship, that we could give them that money based on their hardship, and what they do with that money, if they pay us or the mortgage company or whatever, that's fine. If we received it like that. Am I thinking about that right or too?
No, you're thinking about it right. And the reason I'm hesitating is, first of all, it's got to be linked back to a COVID related reason. Yeah. They lost their job because of COVID or whatever. And the reason only reason I'm hesitating, the answer to your question, short answer to your question is probably yes, that would probably be okay. The reason I'm hesitating, and I'll talk about this a little bit later, is the guidance on this in terms of what is allowable and what is not in these types of areas, what you're talking about is gray. We don't have clear guidance on give somebody who's applying for a hardship grant, for example, when that can be approved and not. But to answer your question in the short answer, yes, there are a lot of opportunities we're going to have to help people out under proper circumstances who have that kind of hardship if it's COVID related.
And there's a scenario where of a person, and I'm thinking about, I guess if we had an application that you would ask them, what is your hardship? I guess there's a scenario where he could, if he said, I can't pay my taxes just directly because of COVID, he might be told no because that's too,
yeah, and without, I mean, there are situations where we would have an application for somebody who's financially in need, but it might not be something that qualifies under this particular fund.
Yeah,
so,
I get it.
Yeah, okay. No problem. So let's go to the next slide. That's it. Okay, total allocation for Georgia is $4.1 billion. The total allocation for the local government is $1.8 billion. And here's where what you're interested in probably. Under the pro rata population-based formula, and this is determined by the governor's office, we could be eligible, I'm gonna say that again, could be eligible for $26,724,000 and change. It's not guaranteed. It's completely discretionary with the governor, and a lot of it depends on how we go through phase 1, part 1 and 2, which I'll talk about in a minute. Next slide. Okay. So on June 29th, Governor Kemp issued a letter outlining the distribution of the funds for local governments. We got our letter, and I've already talked to y'all a little bit about this. Under his plan, and specific to us, we'll have phase 1, and that's a total of $8,017,000. Phase 1 is in 2 parts, is administered in 2 parts. The part 1 is the 30% of that money, which is $2.4 million, is available immediately. In other words, we can get that money immediately with certain qualifications and documenting expenses that are covered. Phase 2, or part 2 rather, not phase 2, phase 1, part 2 is 70% of the $88 million, which is $5.6 million. That only comes into play once we get past part 1. So let's talk.
This is Rachel here. Sorry to interrupt. If someone is watching this meeting and their mic is not muted, can you turn it off, please? It creates an echo if you're watching the meeting while your mic is still on. Thank you.
So again, 2 parts of phase 1. The first part is $2.4 million, which is immediately available if we submit the proper documentation. And then part 2, which is the 5.6, which will only be available on a reimbursement basis. We got to put in a properly authorized expense that we've already paid to get the money back. And that only comes into play if they approve us on part 1. So that's why the timelines are so tight. Let's go to next slide.
Duke, can I ask you something?
Yes, ma'am.
Are those 2 parts the parts that have to be submitted by September the 1st, or just part 1?
No, and we'll get to that in a minute. But yes, the short answer is yes. Both have to be submitted by September 1st. They're a little bit different, and I'll talk about that in a minute.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. And so once the governor's letter went out, he said he was going to open up, his office was going to open up a portal, and this is how all this money is administered and approved. The portal would have a local login for the government, and it would tell you how to go through the process of submitting expenditures for approval and reimbursement. The portal, next slide. The portal was opened on July 24th, almost a month later after we got the letter. And it was opened, and we do have now, I think, and Julie can correct me if I'm wrong, a login password. We've gotten on, have looked at it. Julie's the one that is leading that. But here's what basically is going on with that portal. Part 1, and Mr. Wendison, I think this gets to your question.
Yeah.
Part 1, which is the $2.4 million, we have to submit actual money, that is receipts we've paid, that are eligible receipts under the CARES Act. And they have to be submitted and approved, not just submitted, but submitted and approved by September 1st. That's why it's such a short deadline.
Wait a minute, when you say and approved, who's approved?
And that is, they confirm, that is the state confirms that they are eligible expenses under the CARES Act. They're necessary, they're COVID related, we did not budget for them, and they were spent between March, obviously since March of 2020. So they have to say, yes, these are eligible expenses, and therefore we're going to pay you back the money. That means that's what the approval is. Now, once we submit the documentation, and Julie can talk about this more detailed in a minute, and I know her office is full of paper with a lot of the documentation. Once we submit part 1 documentation of expenses and the approval has been given by the state, part 2 kicks in. Now, we also have a deadline of September 1st for part 2, but as you recall, we can spend all the way to December these funds if they're eligible funds. So we're obviously, what do we do in part 2? Because we haven't spent the money yet. That's totally reimbursable. That 70% is reimbursable for things that we submit between now and December. Well, obviously we don't have receipts because we haven't spent it yet. So what do we have to submit? Well, we submit requests. They're in a kind of a broad format. And again, Julie can talk about this more intelligently than I can because she's handling it. But we have to submit requests after Part 1 is approved for future COVID-related expenditures against the remaining 70%. So we say, for example, we're going to be spending anticipated $500,000 on PPE, which would be at an eligible expense. Now, that doesn't mean it can't be modified, because you actually remember, once you give them the amount of money and the request that you're going to be spending, you're anticipating spending to through December, then the process would be when you actually spend it. So you spend $100,000 on PPE, you submit the expenditure, they approve it, and then they reimburse you. So September 1st is going to be two things we submit by September 1st. One, actual expenses incurred. That's Part 1, with documents. And Julie can talk about that in a minute. And they approve those. Once they're approved, then we also submit the general request for the rest of the money, which is $5.6 million. And as we spend those monies through December and submit the documentation and receipts, and they approve them, then we get that part of the money back. So that 5.6 is on a reimbursable basis.
Dick, this is Commissioner Wynn again.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
on requests submitted, we have to be pretty accurate on that, because because we're going to be reimbursed. So we're spending our money until we get reimbursed. We have to make sure that we're spending the money that is going to be reimbursed. We have to be careful.
That is correct. And let's go to I'm going to address that in a second. Go to the next slide. And this is what I just said. Part 1 documentation of expenses must be submitted and approved by September 1st before Part 2 requests can be made. Request for reimbursement under Phase 1 will be accepted after the September 1st deadline. So that is the hard deadline we're dealing with. Go to the next slide and I'll address Commissioner Wynn's point. Okay, here's what happens if you don't do this properly, and that's why we're trying to be really careful. I know everybody's being careful about this. It's administered like a grant. The difference is, because this is very novel and new, and we had the same experience with the PPP program that was for small businesses, the Department of Treasury and the state are somewhat vague sometimes about, and because they're doing it themselves, this is sort of they're developing regulations as they go. So it's a constantly shifting target. And so you try to be as careful as you can and not get too close to margins of what's eligible and what's ineligible. Because this slide shows, if you do not get it right, and they say that you are submitting expenses for reimbursement that are ineligible and you're not using these funds properly, here's what they can do. And it's in their sole discretion. We have very little to say about this. They can impose financial sanctions that are somewhat amorphous as far as what they say, but they can fine you basically. The big problem I have with it is number 2, which is they can require the county to return or offset previous payments or reimbursements, regardless of whether or not the previous payments or reimbursements were made for allowable cost. That means once they audit us, and they will, because we're going to be spending more than $750,000, they have discretion to say, we're going to disallow all $8 million we gave to you, and you got to pay the money back. It doesn't matter what you spend it on. They're not, I don't think they're looking to do that. I'm not being overly paranoid about it. And I do think as long as we stay within our lane and stay with good record keeping and solid justification for the expenses, we're going to be fine. But that's why we're being so careful about this, because of this penalty, which is they could claw the money back after we've already spent it, and that would put us in a hole. They can disallow or deny parts of funding. They don't have to disallow the whole fund. They can say, and they probably at some point will do this. You'll submit an expense, and they may say, yeah, we'll pay that $50,000, but we're going to disallow that 10. They may or may not do that, but that's most likely what they would do as we go through this process. But again, the sanctions are there that if we don't spend this money properly, they could claw back the whole thing. And obviously they could suspend or terminate the entire grant. So big picture out of this slide, is we got to handle it like a grant in terms of how we spend the money. We've got to document carefully and thoroughly, and we have to be prepared for an audit and a justification in an audit. All right, next slide. Now, I'm gonna turn this over to Julie, and I think 2 slides about kind of what we're thinking about in terms of that part 1, which is the $2.4 million and change, and then part 2, which is the reimbursable $5.6 million. So Julie, I'll turn it over to you unless there are any questions from me right now.
Great. Thank you, Duke. I am showing a slide here of what we are proposing to submit as the reimbursable, since it is the first trigger. And we developed these by looking at allowable expenses and prepared it much like we do when we submit grants, which we submit grants all the time, some of which we are awarded funding for and some of which we are not. And we develop those budgets based on what that grant says is an allowable expense and if it matches a need that we have. So part of what we had to back into for this particular scenario is making sure that we were not just keeping it for the government. So we tried to look at ways that we could also be supporting the community and ways that we could be supporting a healthy community as well as a healthy economy. And so we kind of broke it out into 3 scenarios of things we wanted to be looking at. But as the regulations came out in more detail, we realized how important this first round needed to be expenses that had already been incurred and that were also allowable expenses to be reimbursed. So we first looked at some costs that we had in government and looked at something that we felt was very comfortable and would be accepted, such as PPE. So what we have already purchased for PPE for our employees and what we could purchase in this month of August would get us to a good number that we felt like we could submit, and that you'll see is at $203,752.10. But we also know that we could allow more people to work from home if they had the right equipment. And so we have asked IT, and they have prepared the list of most needed replacements so that we could allow more employees to telework. And you see that that's a large number. And when we're trying to get to that $2.5 million, basically this week, so that we can submit and get some feedback from the state so that we might have a chance to submit for the remaining 5.5, we're grateful that we have this opportunity to try to help assist, keep folks at home when they can with this telework equipment. We are looking at medical expenses that we have paid for employees that have suffered from COVID. So the insurance claim side that we've paid out, we know that it's important to clean all of our public buildings, and we've asked and had outsourced folks come in and do some of that for us, and we anticipate that that will continue. And then we have overtime for public safety, which I want to speak about just a little bit, because then we get into this question of what overtime have you already budgeted for? And certainly we do budget for overtime in public safety. So we took last year's FY19 actual overtime expenditure in public safety and compared it to this year's expenditure during the time frame of March until July, and found the difference. But then we had to back out $52,000 that we had already received from a JAG grant to help cover some of the overtime so that we could get to a better number. And then we added in the fringe benefit that's based on the FEMA number that we submit anytime we have a hurricane, and we look for reimbursements from overtime. So it's kind of a complicated step process, but we feel good about that number, and we feel good about submitting it, that would be something the state would accept. The emergency sick leave and the FMLA childcare are 2 things that are named in allowable expenses. And again, we use the same process of the time frame between March and July, pulling the codes that HR set up for emergency sick leave and the FMLA childcare that are COVID related, and then added the fringe benefit number that we use when we do FEMA reimbursement.
Julie,
Know that
Julie,
yes.
this is Joe Allen. On your first round reimbursements, where would the $700,000 be that's coming out of general fund for the PSAs, for our public service announcements?
That's a good question, because these have to be expenditures that we've already incurred. So since you all have recently approved that, we have not paid any invoices on that PSA yet. So we've had to go back. It's in the second round. You'll see more money identified in the 5.5 that we're going to recognize. But these are expenses that have already incurred, and this is what we have to submit first.
Okay, because I know we already done the commercial and everything and sent it in, and sometimes we want you to pay up front. That's the reason I was just asking about that. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that. We do have some contracts, but we don't have the invoices yet that we've paid for that.
Okay, thank you.
The emergency recovery and planning, that is also named as an allowable expense, and you heard earlier from Spencer Hawkins that he was able to identify how we could get that going pretty quickly, and then we brought that contract back to you like we do when we have previously done these grant procedures. And food delivery, we've had some people who've been able to provide some receipts, again, because this 2.4 has to be money we have already spent and can submit receipts. And public health has River's Edge and Department of Public Health have just been tremendous in being able to provide some of their receipts of expenses that are that they have incurred that we feel very comfortable submitting, and that $644,000 again really helps us get to that $2.4 million number. The PPE reimbursements is one that we kind of have plugged in there at the moment, and looking to see if we can find some receipts to fill that number. The attorney providing technical assistance, I feel like we've got that covered, and we're going to try and ask that we can get reimbursed for the increased solid waste contract that we've incurred when our entire department was out and we got behind on some things. So you'll see that brings the total number to 2.5. I'm trying to give us a little bit of cushion, so if one of those they had a problem with or took out, we would still meet our basic 2.4 number, because our understanding is once you've submitted and at least 2.4 has been recognized, then we can move on to the second phase, which is the 5.5, and ultimately it would be our goal to do all of this correctly before September 1st and get approved for all the 5.5 expenditures so that we can go ahead and maybe have more of that original possible allocation of $26 million. So this is the first round reimbursement. Does anybody else have any questions specific to this?
Julie, Commissioner Wynn, just a small question because it's the smallest item on here, but food delivery, remind me what that was again?
It can be anything that is delivering food to residents. So whether it's your Meals on Wheels program or your food bank or your or nonprofits that are delivering food, it's very general.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, can we go to the next?
Yeah.
In the second slide, you'll see these numbers look more like just budget numbers that are round because we are projecting what we think are reasonable expectations of what we could submit and spend. Now, again, not all of this has to be spent by September 1st, but the submission has to be made and accepted by September 1st to say that there is a reasonable expectation that we think we could spend $350,000 on PPE from here through the end of December 30th. And just looking at the numbers that we've spent already, we feel comfortable in saying that that number it could be pretty easily spent. Same thing for medical expenses. We're seeing a very similar number, and saying that we anticipate we could reclaim some medical expenses over the next 6 months. Continued cleaning of public facilities is an estimated number. Some of that has slowed down a little bit when we've had offices closed, but that number could certainly change if we had a flare-up. Again, the overtime and sick leave is just based on the number we've already spent, what we think we can spend with attorneys, and what it will cost for the single audit is included. We increased the number of the dollars we'd like to spend with food delivery, and you'll see that's at about 200,000. And then homeless interventions, we've estimated about 500,000 for some projects. We have a couple of them in play, asking for details on what we could do with some partners such as Salvation Army and others. Public health, again, they've been so great in turning in some numbers so that we feel very comfortable with the request from River Edge and the Department of Public Health from here to December. Any hospital requests for additional testing equipment, testing supplies, some of the things that they could do, certainly with Department of Health, to have contract tracing. They have provided great numbers, and we feel very good in saying that we could spend $2.5 million in that area. Distance learning, we've reached out for some additional information because this is one that we have to be careful we don't overlap with any other federal funding, and make sure that we're doing something that's community focused that helps. But we are waiting for some additional information to really hone in on that number. The Centerplex has already gotten us some great quotes on what it would take to really make the buildings more contactless, whether that's point of sale or at the sinks, having waters that you don't have to turn the knob, or entering the door, or different. They have a variety of things that could be really, I think, a gold standard in how we move forward in kind of healthy buildings. Kind of using that.
This is Rachel. Sorry to interrupt again. Whoever is moving around, if you could mute your mic, please. We're getting a lot of interference noise that is coming over Julie talking. So sorry, Julie, carry on.
Thank you.
What? You suck,
we replicated a little bit with the small business grants, trying to be careful that we don't kind of give a false sense to the whole community, gosh, we have all this money we can give out, when we know it can be very particular about the ways we can spend it. This is just a guiding statement to say, you know, if we release these grants, we might say that it is for contactless point of sale or some sanitation that needs to occur in small business. And the community PPE, same thing. If we were looking to say, do you need help buying PPE for your small business, that we would try to be kind of specific with it. And then you see with the community PSA, I only included about $200,000 right now. Our initial quotes, Commissioner Allen, that we've gotten back are very generous from a lot of our local folks, and so it may not take that whole 700. So I've just kind of plugged in the number of 200 at this point, knowing that we have some of the fund balance that you've identified as a shortfall if we need it. But that would bring us up to another almost $5.5 million that would, if we do get everything in the first round reimbursed as we're hoping to, we'd be at the $8 million. And I think that would set us up the best way to hopefully open the door to achieving that other $18 million, because then we could become a little bit more open to more grants. But you can see our hesitation in the very beginning is to make sure we get that first 2.4 right and everything submitted and claimed, so that we can begin submitting that 5.5 really, and it has to be done by September 1st. That's 3 weeks. You know, we're really working under a tight frame, but we feel good about what information we have received up to this point to at least give you this kind of guiding document this week. What I hope is that we can submit the 2.5, and by next Tuesday, I could tighten down these numbers as we continue to receive additional information from the folks that we have reached out to in public health and for distance learning, and some of the Centerplex numbers, to make sure we can shore that up. But again, this 5.5 is slightly more flexible in that if we get approved for the 2.4, then we could say we are wanting to submit a project of $300,000 for small business grants and have that project approved, but the money really flow from now until December.
Question, Julie, Commissioner Tillman.
Yes.
A couple of things here. The money for distance learning, is that to be paid to the school, the Bibb County School District? And did they not get a similar request for their own funding. And
They have
the other question.
funding.
I think I'll probably talk to the school board a little bit more at this point for clarity. I wouldn't mind explaining what they're asking for there, if I may.
Yeah.
That's fine, but let me say yes. I would think we would have to make sure that it's not anything that's duplicative and that it's more community focused about whether we would be putting money and paying for, probably not giving it directly to the school system.
Yeah.
All right,
And
so
I'm sorry.
Let me follow up on that one because I think it's really is a really important opportunity. So the school system has also received CARES Act funding, and they're using a large chunk of it to support various parts of their distance learning and sanitation concept. One of the things that they're trying to do is create a system where kids have one-to-one laptops and access to internet at their homes. So the school system, one of the things that they did a few years ago was buy a whole bunch of laptops. But those laptops weren't exactly all fitted with the cameras and the online learning Zoom things that we need. So they're going back and for the batch that wasn't updated, making sure that all kids would have computers with that type of technology. But the part that they're running short on is the actual internet access. So there are a lot of programs, like let's take Connect to Compete, for example, that provides low-cost internet to low-income families. But one of the provisions of the Connect to Compete is that you never had your account go into default. So they found that a lot of families have the ability to have access, but they've identified 13,000 households that do not have access, largely because of economic reasons. They found, so one of the things that they're doing is outfitting their buses with a whole bunch of Wi-Fi hotspots that can spot up in different locations, but that still requires someone to be able to drive or to have access to those locations, and they're not sure how well that's going to work. So the most equitable thing to do would be everyone is able to have internet at their house. So there is a provider that for $180 a family that they can have the mobile hotspot added. And that's what they're trying to get up funding for. And I think this documentation that they submitted for the full year was like $2.8 million to cover what the full students. I think that's part of what Julie is working on, is getting that number down and see what it's like to do it over 6 months, and to ensure that there aren't situations with that 13,000 where it's 2 or 3 students in a household that's being calculated, to narrow the number down from there. But I think it's an opportunity that transcends education. I think it's opportunity to help with educational achievement, but also the internet, providing internet to that many families that apparently don't have it in our community, provides economic inclusion opportunities and a duplicity of other things that right now the school system is not completely hasn't been able to find funding for.
And Mr. Chairman, just to add to that, I have a meeting today with Cox, who continues to want to be a partner in this. They recognize that it is an affordability issue. So I'm meeting with them today at 2:30 to talk about other options also with that affordability issue.
So the recommendation, one of the big recommendations from talking to Lori Rogers and the school board, is they could waive that requirement that you couldn't have gone into the default or had a late bill to qualify for that $10 a month program.
Because they've already extended it to $500. If you owe less than $500, it is a waiver. But we're going to talk about all those options today at 2:30.
Yeah, and I get with you offline before that, because it's important detail. All right.
I have 2 questions, if I could jump in there right quick. Number one, to the county attorney, would it be appropriate to have a motion to approve the submission of the part one expenses that Julie went over and broke down? Because if we need to do that before we meet again, would that be an appropriate motion to submit the phase one, part one expenses, about $2.5 million that she itemized and went over?
The only reservation I have about it is that, Julie, are those hard numbers? Are we going to, could something come in that you change?
Something could come in, it would change with some of those bottom three, but I feel like if because this budget is actually more than the 2.4, we have a little bit of a wiggle room.
So
now that we can have receipts.
Mike, just as a clarification question, answer the mayor's question. So if the commission, it's not required legally, but if the commission did approve, of course, up the commission, what the commission wants to do, but if they approve the part one, phase one, that is the first part, that would not keep you from submitting expenses within that dollar range. Is that right?
I make that motion, Mr. Mayor.
Julie, is that right?
I'm comfortable with that. I'm fine with that.
That's fine. It's up to the commission. Yep.
Good. Then we've got a motion to go ahead and approve the submission of the phase one, part one expenses that Julie itemized in the approximate amount of $2.5 million that she went over. Got a second to that?
I'll second that.
And got a second by Wynn. Discussion. Commissioner Watkins, did you have something on that?
Yeah, for the part one, in terms of the distribution of funding for part one, I have no issues with, so I support that. I do want to talk more about the distribution of funding for the remaining 5.5 million.
I'm sure we'll have a lot more conversation. I have something I want to change in that figure, so I'm sure we'll have a lot more discussion about that. But this is this is just for phase one, part one, the $2.5 million that Julie went over. To go ahead and submit that, see if it gets approved. That then would allow us to move into phase two and start putting in, requests for. I'm sorry. Phase one, part two. All right. Is there further discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor of submission of the phase one, part one expenses as outlined by Julie, the $2.5 million. Signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Okay, Julie, you're good to go then on submitting the 2.5, and then,
I have an update on that part one. According to the financial policies, whenever I do an emergency purchase, I need to update commission. And I believe that everyone would agree that due to COVID, that justifies as an emergency for some situations. Due that everyone is trying to get the same resources, especially when it comes to PPE. I've asked legal to give me a letter which will suspend the procurement when we try to identify PPE, and I've instructed EMA, Spencer Hawkins, to go out and buy as much as we can. So over the last month, he's done that. I do understand that I probably need to give an update to Operation Finance where we are with procurement, because we have a more stronger process in place right now as we have that position posted, but we are doing that. So the reason why the suspension of and declaring it emergency is if we have policies like over 10,000, you have to get 3 quotes. So if Spencer can go out and find 10,000 masks and it comes over 10,000, by the time you got to get 10 quotes that day, those supplies may be gone. To give you an example, on yesterday, just along the rec department, we set it up to where the community could go to the rec department and each person can get 10 masks. And within 1 hour, we gave out 10,000 masks. Spencer has supplied the rec departments with masks and disposable gloves today. So as we identify those type of supplies, hand sanitizer, masks, what we call the PPE, I've authorized EMA to go out and spend it, get the receipt, submit that to Julie, because all that is reimbursable under the CARES funding. The only other item that was deemed an emergency was some technology with 50 laptops. I wanted to make sure that finance and HR had everything they needed to move swiftly if we needed to implement telework. And a couple of weeks ago, we had to do that. So just update you on that. And at the end of this, I need to update. Well, I can do it now. The fire department had a switch that went out on the generator a couple of weeks ago. I had to do an emergency procurement of that. And the Board of Election had to do emergency procurement for some ink cartridges. And so those are the emergency procurements I had to do in the last month. And by policy, I had to update you on that. Additionally, at the end of this, I need to update you on the pension and as it relates to COVID. So at the end of this discussion, we need to have a discussion on the pension and COVID. So please keep that back in your mind.
Hey, just remind me, what is the policy when we have, like you said, you need 3 bids, when you only receive 2 bids, what's the policy?
From 10,000 to 25,000, you need 3 quotes. Over 25,000, you need commission approval.
So what happens if you don't get the 3 quotes?
We try to make best guess on getting those 3 quotes, but the purchasing, the buyers up in finance, they tried to get the 3 quotes, and I pretty much put it on the department head to try to identify 3 vendors for it. So if you do not get the 3 quotes, then they need to document what and very clearly state unable to get 1 out of 3 quotes.
Question. This is Mayor Pro Tem Tillman. Question, Dr. Moffitt. Earlier, we once we table an item, I know we oftentimes don't have an opportunity to respond, but I want to give you an opportunity to respond to something I said earlier. Is it your position today that you're saying that since the procurement officer that was a part of the administration moved on and we put out a request for applications, are you saying that we have not received 1 application between last year and today?
No,
is that what you said?
Yes, and what the process was when Chauncey left, we put that out.
No, let's go back. So you're saying nobody's put in the application, submitted an application between last year and today. So that's why we haven't moved forward with trying to get a procurement person in place.
The current job description that is posted, which is a combination of procurement and the legal aspect, no, sir, we've not received any applications.
Jesus.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor.
How has it been posted?
And this is just a question. This is to Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I'm headed to your office to submit and show you an application that was submitted, sir. And I will send it out to the entire commission as well. I'm going to do an open records request on other applications. And if this is accurate and true, then Mr. Mayor, these are certain things that we have to deal with. Okay, and I'll be in your office within the next 2 hours, sir.
If I may explain the process, I think I can clear up what you're addressing.
Let's delay that and
Mr. Mayor,
have a discussion. I don't know what Mayor Pro Tem is talking about.
I will be at your office
we'll find
in
out.
2 hours, sir.
That's fine. Well, that's fine, sir. We've got the 1 o'clock meeting if we can get through with that. So immediately following the 1 o'clock special call meeting, we want everybody to be on that. Is there anything else we need to talk about as far as the CARES Act funding is concerned?
Can I add one thing?
At this point, huh?
Can I add one thing? I know that Commissioner Watkins has some amendments for kind of the phase 2, but would it be possible for us to have this same presentation next Tuesday and get some more information, and Commissioner Watkins and I will work on some of the similar lines we've been on, and then deal with that next Tuesday?
I would say yes at pre-commission. We'll try to put it on pre-commission so that we can update it and then maybe even take action if the commission approves it at the full meeting that night.
Okay, Commissioner Watkins, is that okay with you? And you'll reach out to me and we'll work on some more numbers.
Say them again.
Is that acceptable to you for us to work on this for next Tuesday for the part 2?
Yeah, if y'all want to change it up.
Yeah, we'll just see where we are. I mean, the only thing Julie's asking is, can we have a follow-up meeting on this at pre-commission next Tuesday? And I said, yes, I think surely we can work on it between now and then. I don't know if we'll have anything that's in final shape by then, but certainly with time being of the essence, we can keep working on it, right?
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay. If there's nothing else about the CARES Act funding, then that we've reached the end of our agenda, and we'll adjourn the committee of the whole and the next committee
Mr.
is
Mayor?
facilities and engineering.
Mr.
And
Mayor?
that's yeah, Michael.
I'm sorry. I have there was a question that came up yesterday from we've had some people contact HR about a component of the CARES Act. It's not related to the funding program, but we've gotten some communications that have gone out from Nationwide regarding our 457 plan about some people that could borrow against the CARES Act.
I remember you.
I
remember I was supposed to bring that up. You were right. I'm sorry.
And we've
go
got
go ahead, because this is about the CARES Act.
Yes, sir.
Indirectly, it's not so much about the funding. It's some emergency legislation that's been passed that makes an amendment to pension plans and delayed or deferred compensation plans that allows you to withdraw from those if it's a COVID-related expense.
Right, and that's my understanding is that was part of the CARES Act. The CARES Act itself touched on a number of different areas of governance and finance, and that was one component of it. And so we've gotten some communications from Nationwide as our 457 plan servicer, and I believe HR has had a handful of people inquire about borrowing some money from their 457 plan under this, but I've got Terry Taylor, our pension counsel, on the line with us right now, and she can explain a little bit more. But my understanding from her is that if this is something that the commission wants to allow employees to do, that it would involve a change to the plan, and because our plans are made part of our charter to do this with the other pension, with the 3 closed pension plans, that this would involve a charter change. And so all in all, you're talking about, it has to be approved by commission twice in a row, and the time to get it ready, you're talking about roughly a month and a half worth of work. And so I thought that it would be better to have this discussion about, do we want to go down this road, and what does it mean, and get Ms. Taylor's advice on that before starting that process of making any kind of changes.
Is there, I mean, we're kind of adding this to the CARES Act discussion. Is there an objection to this part being included under the CARES Act discussion? If not, Michael, why don't you introduce the pension attorney that you've got on the phone and let her talk about what we would have to do if we were inclined to make an exception to the fact you usually can't make a loan on your deferred compensation plan unless it's certain specific circumstances. And maybe she can enlighten us on that, and then whether we want to add COVID-related expenses to it.
Right. And so Attorney Taylor's been the pension counsel, our specialty pension counsel, for all 3 of our pension plans for a couple of years now. And she's with the benefits firm, Benefits Law Group out of Atlanta. And Ms. Taylor, if you can hear me, if you can chime in and let us know what you've seen about this.
She may need to unmute herself too.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
You're good.
Okay. The CARES Act offered a couple of different options for your plans. They primarily will be useful under the 457 plan and not so much the DB plan, but we can talk about that too. One has a very short time frame, and that is that it extended the parameters, or expanded the parameters under which you can get a loan from a plan, either the 401A plan or the 457 plan, from the defined contribution plan. The usual rules have been that you could get a loan of up to 50% of your vested balance or $50,000, whichever was lower. That has been basically doubled to the lesser of 100% of your vested balance or $100,000. And you can get that, but only if you request the loan by September 23rd. So if you want to offer expanded loan, the expanded borrowing option, that is very time sensitive. So you don't have to actually have the amendment adopted. You just have to have the plan. You have to intend to adopt the amendment. So And that's what would be under the 457 and 401A plans with Nationwide. So those are not part of your charter. So I don't, and Michael, you can correct me if I'm wrong here, but I don't believe those would have to go through the 2 readings and that sort of thing.
That's
but you
correct.
would actually have until the end of 2024 to actually adopt the amendment. You would just need to make the decision pretty quickly because that loan window is about to close in just over a month. The other option is that you can add to those plans what's called a coronavirus-related distribution, or a CRD. And that lets somebody pull out up to $100,000 from the plan as an in-service distribution that they would not ordinarily be entitled to. And then it's not subject to it would be taxable over the next 3 years. So 1/3 of it would be taxable in 2020, and then 1/3 in each of the next 2 years. Participants can repay that. They can put it back into your plan over the next 3 years, or they could put it back into an IRA or another employer's plan if the other employer would allow it. So they can essentially roll that amount over. It just stretches out for 3 years, the time that they have to roll it over. And that is probably what participants are asking about. I mean, I don't know exactly, but, a lot of participants want access to their money at all times. And in the threshold, you have to have a financial need related to CRD for this, but the participant self-certifies as to that financial need. You do not have to do any investigation unless you happen to know for a fact that none of this, that their attestation is incorrect, which you likely would not. You're not, the plan is not responsible for verifying any of this. But the threshold, the requirements to get a CRD distribution are that either you or your spouse or a member of your household have tested positive for COVID, or because of the shutdowns and or reduction of hours, anything like that, that you have had an adverse financial impact. Either you or your spouse or a member of your household has had an adverse financial effect. And that could be from increased childcare costs, reduction of your hours, a layoff, and anything like that. It's a pretty broad description, pretty broad standard. So as long as a participant can certify to that, then they can get a withdrawal of up to $100,000. And that you do not have to, and we've confirmed this with Nationwide, as the plan would not have to offer the full $100,000. You could impose a lesser cap, $10,000, $20,000, that kind of thing. And the withdrawals have to be made before the end of this year. The loan would have to be made before September 23rd, unless there's a CARES Act 2 that extends that, and there's not yet. But the loans go away September 23rd, but the withdrawals can be made up through the end of December.
Ms. Taylor, let me see if I can't interrupt and get a sort of a consensus. Obviously, we're not going to vote on anything, and we don't know what we're voting on. But is there a consensus among the commission that we want to ask Ms. Taylor to go ahead and prepare a resolution to amend the plans that we can consider and have something in front of us? I mean, has anybody got heartburn about doing that? No, they don't want to see anybody be able to draw down from their pension plan or from a deferred compensation plan for COVID related stuff. If not, I'm gonna take that as consensus, and that way Michael and Ms. Taylor can start working on. I'm getting help. Joe and Valerie, I understand, want to be recognized. Mallory. Oh, Joe and Mallory. I can't see Mallory on my screen. Who came first? Joe? Commissioner Allen?
I think we should do that because with this situation going on now, there's a lot of people out there hurting and they just don't know what's happening, and that they need help. So if we can help them, I'm forward 100%.
Okay. Commissioner Jones?
Yes, sir. Just to say, and I listened closely and made some notes from Ms. Taylor's presentation, but it's a lot to digest. It's a lot to process. We need to look at it in writing. We need to be very thoughtful about this and not jump to any conclusion. So we need to know the pros and the cons. And it sounded like you said, Ms. Taylor, right now they can take out a 50% loan. That's the way it currently reads.
That is the current legal cap.
That's what now?
That currently that's the legal cap. That's the most you can take out legally. Your plan can, Michael, I'm not even sure if your plan currently offers loans. Does it?
No.
I don't believe so.
I did not think it did.
So
We have to
adding the
amend it, it's
loans.
not.
Okay.
So the
Adding the loans
50%,
would.
you can currently withdraw that for an emergency situation. Is that the way it reads currently?
If there is if there's a hardship distribution option under either of the plans, this does not affect that. If there could already, if somebody is about to be evicted and there's a hardship, that's a justification for a hardship withdrawal, and
Well,
they can already do that.
They can do 50% currently. So this would allow someone to totally, did you say 100% or $100,000, whichever was higher? Is that what you said?
Whichever's lower.
Whichever's lower.
100% of the vested account or $100,000, whichever is lower.
Okay.
And I would add to that, the 457 plan has only been in effect since July 1 of 2019. Right. And the match is, or the contribution rate is 3 to 5% with a match of I believe 3%. And so, you know, no one has $100,000 in their 457 plan because they've only been doing it a year. If you make $100,000 as your salary, your 5% match would only be $5,000. So we're not talking for the 457 about large amounts of money for anybody. But as Commissioner Allen made the point, you know, even if it's $2,000 or $3,000, that could be significant to somebody that's going through a hardship right now. And we've had I think 5-ish people ask about it at HR. So, you know, it's come up enough times that they wanted us to get your impression.
Right. Okay. So if there's no
457 only, does this apply?
No,
to
she was going. I think she was going to look at the pension plans too.
Okay.
Well, the pension plans, you can offer a coronavirus related distribution from your pension plan only to somebody who is at least 59 and a half or has had a termination of employment. So that's significantly less broad. And it is very complicated to offer an in-service distribution from your pension plan. Much more complicated than from your defined contribution plan.
Okay, good. Well, so again, if there's no heartburn, I mean, if nobody, and we have a consensus about letting Ms. Taylor and Michael continue to work on this and bring us something back that we can look at, then that's what we'll do.
Yeah, ultimately it's the employees' money. If they need it and it's an option, I say we make it possible for them to access it right now. These are hard times.
Okay.
It's not our
then with that consensus opinion, we'll ask Michael and Ms. Taylor to keep working.
Thank you.
All right.
Good. Okay. Anything else now to come before us as committee of the whole? If not, the next committee, I was corrected. The next committee, Economic and Community Development, that's Chairman Lucas. So Chairman Lucas, can I adjourn my committee meeting and turn this over to you, please, ma'am?
You certainly can. Good morning.
Good morning.
We're going to call the Economic and Community Development Committee to order. The members are Lucas, Schlesinger, Bivens, Shepherd, and Watkins. The first item is the approval of minutes from the previous meeting.
So moved.
We've got a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
A motion and second to approve the minutes of the previous meeting. Any discussion? If not, all in favor of approval, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. The next item is open container authorizations, and this is sponsored by Commissioner Larry Schlesinger. It's a resolution approving a temporary expansion of Macon-Bibb County's first Friday open container authorization.
Great. Well, I'll start out, and I'm going to hand off. You know, business downtown amongst our restaurateurs and the bars is, you know, fairly, you know, iffy. And I think we want to do everything that we possibly can to enable them to stay in business. So I'm going to turn this over to Emily Hopkins from Newtown. This is really from where the request came. So Emily, I think you're on the line if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, I am.
Okay, great. All right, so why don't you lead off, and I don't know whether you have any other speakers or participants with you, but everybody needs to hear what I've already heard.
Yeah, we do have some speakers with us today. Of course, Josh Rogers from Newtown is here, and Alex Morrison from the UDA, and Macon-Bibb Economic and Community Development. We also have two business owners who are on the Zoom today, Brandon Lawler with JBA, which is a bar and music venue at the corner of MLK and Poplar, and Jeremy Jackson, who's the owner of Daiquiris and More, which is on 2nd Street. And he's opening a new concept, Crave Scratch Kitchen, which is a new restaurant opening on Cotton Avenue. So we asked them to join us today to answer any questions you may have from a business owner perspective. But we wanted to present this expansion of the ordinance because a lot of our, as you all know, our small independently owned, our local businesses have been affected very severely by COVID-19. Bars and restaurants alone in downtown Macon were grossing $1 million in sales prior to COVID-19. So that is a really significant number that has a huge impact on sales tax. And of course, with having to shelter in place and lower capacities and things of that nature to protect the public safety of our community, a lot of these businesses have suffered. We at Newtown have conducted a survey in May asking business owners how COVID-19 has affected them. And we had about 32 people respond to that. And 50% of those businesses reported that they lost 100% of their income in the month of April due to the shelter in place. 28% reported that they had lost 75% of their income, and 13% reported that they lost 50% of their income. So that just kind of puts into perspective what is going on in downtown Macon alone with our small businesses. So the purpose of this ordinance is to support our businesses, give them another opportunity to sell things, especially our bars who have been impacted because they did have to close and weren't able to do any sales through March, April, and May, and they were only able to reopen in June. And we think that this is another opportunity also to promote social distancing in our downtown district by having the option to utilize open container. People can take their drinks from restaurants and bars and go sit at the outdoor seating that Newtown has added to our public spaces. We've added 24 different tables and chairs and seating areas in downtown Macon along Poplar Street, Mulberry Street, Cherry Street Plaza, and 3rd Street. So we have an infrastructure in place to support this open container where it is something to promote social distancing and also support our small businesses. So that's where we stand. We're happy to answer any questions or concerns. And if you'd like to hear from Brandon and Jeremy, I'm sure they can speak to how this would be helpful for them as business owners.
That might be helpful. I want to give them the opportunity to
Okay,
speak.
Rabbi, would you continue and chair the meeting, please? I've got to leave the meeting for a minute.
Okay, no problem. Okay, so yeah, Emily, why don't we get those business owners to talk to us again? We're just with social distancing and outdoor seating and serving. This ordinance is really intended to make that legal in the downtown area. So yeah, let's hear from some of the business owners who were there. Emily, if you'll hand off.
Yeah, Brandon, I see your video's up. Do you want to go first?
y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. These Zoom things are interesting. Yeah, to reiterate, I own and operate JBA, and we were closed with $0 in revenue for 2.5 months. We're trying to be conscious of the safety with COVID and whatnot, which our bar is admittedly fairly small. So people are, of course, not feeling comfortable to come out and drink. We incentivize masks. We like people to drink on the sidewalk, but and we recently also started a campaign to do to-go drinks every Friday, not just First Friday, to try to help this, because we have heard from a lot of regulars that they do not feel comfortable to come out, and I don't blame them per se. So this move would honestly be a really good thing for us, because we could still conduct business to people who are not comfortable coming out and sitting down or walking in the bar to get a drink. We're around a ton of lofts. People live within a block from us. A ton of people do. And we just want to be able to still do what we're doing now, but in a safer environment. And if somebody can get a drink and walk around, that's ideal for us and them and everybody else.
Awesome. And Jeremy, would you like to speak as well about the support of the ordinance?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Good morning, everyone, as well. And just like with JBA, we're a very small bar as well, only 1,500 square feet. And as we try to always stay in compliance with the guidelines that have been set, we've had to limit the number of patrons we have inside the bar as well. And of course, a lot ask, hey, can we take a step outside and enjoy the patio area? But even that area is very small, and there's not a lot of shade. And as Emily mentioned, out of the 24 chairs and tables, a lot of them aren't just close by to 2nd Street. So of course, patrons have to be concerned about the legalities of actually walking down the street to some of those other areas. And we definitely encourage people to abide by the law, but it's one of those things that we definitely feel this ordinance being changed would definitely help us out on. Just because with the temperature, as well as just people wanting to see downtown, they don't want to limit themselves to just being in one general area. So this ordinance would definitely help out.
Okay, Mr. Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
I wanted to address this, please. While I feel that the pain of the businesses that have lost income, and many have, I don't see how this is the solution to them regaining that income or regaining business. As someone just said, that this is the ideal situation to let them spill out onto the street with their cups of alcohol with their little armbands on. And I guess they could walk from Rookery up to another bar and have their little cup that's color coded in their armband, and then they can't go into another establishment until they finish that drink. I would imagine. I would think the place they're going to wants to sell their own alcohol. But here's what I want us to look at on page 3 of this resolution. I'm again, guys, I feel for you in your business, but everybody's being hit hard. I just don't think this is a solution. It says, whereas the Macon-Bibb County Commission finds this resolution is necessary and proper to promote or protect the safety, really the health, really the peace, really the security, really and general welfare of Macon and its inhabitants. I can tell you the inhabitants downtown are not feeling safe, healthy, peaceful, secure, and generally good about their welfare, because we've got so many homeless people down there. It gets into another, I know we're getting into another lane here, but how can having alcohol spilling out all out on the streets, not literally spilling out, but people with their alcoholic drinks, help with the safety of our community, help with the health of our community, help with the peace and security? It just seems to fly against everything that Newtown Macon wants to do in restoring and revitalizing downtown Macon. I don't think it's the solution. I don't think it's the ideal situation. I think if you can see, I guess can you see me? I'm going to hold up this little thing. This is a little handy dandy cooler. What's to say that these people go into the Rookery, get their little armband and their cup, and then they go back in their car and they walk around with their own little cooler that has their beer and their own drinks in it and just refills their cup? How's that going to help your business when they're doing that? And if you want to go to Parish after you go to the Rookery, you've got to finish your drink, I would imagine, before you go in there and get another drink. I just don't see the need for this. This is not a good thing for our downtown community. ask the downtown residents. What we're going to have is homeless people. There's no place to sit. You talk about the chairs, and Josh, you and who else was it at the meeting with me the other day? Josh and where are you? But anyway,
Alex was there.
Alex was there. You had a meeting the other day with the sheriff's department about the homeless issue. We don't have places to sit down there at night because the homeless people are on the benches on Poplar. They're sitting down there making their houses. I went down there about 6:30 the other night, and the bottom of Poplar, right there at MLK, they were all getting ready, 10, 15 of them laying out their stuff. Now, where are people going to go with their drinks if those seats are taken up by homeless? I just don't see this as a good solution. Again, I feel your pain. I understand what everybody's going through in the way of lost income. And this is just not the ideal solution to this. This is too much against what we're trying to do. And we talk about not approving alcohol licenses. We got so many of those. And we talk about calling our convenience stores vice stores because of the sale of alcohol and other things. And now here we're talking about expanding using alcohol out in our streets. I just don't feel this is the right decision right now. I yield.
Okay. Who would like to respond? I don't know whether the legal department would like to respond, Alex or Josh or Emily.
I mean, I just say it does work very well in New Orleans, though. It reminds me of a New Orleans.
This is not New Orleans. This is not New Orleans. It is not Savannah. It is not Atlanta. This is Macon.
I know our music is way better. It is way better music scene in that place.
Don't be joking about this. I think it's a serious thing.
I'm not joking. I'm not joking. But yeah, I'll let the business owner that works downtown, maybe you can speak.
Well, so right now we're paid up on our taxes and we can't pay the city unless we make sales. And I don't think this is an issue for First Friday. And the homeless, to touch on the homeless thing, because I see that all the time, because it's right across the street from us. Yep. They are there right now because in the past so many months, nobody's been out. So they've kind of taken over. The more people that come out, they might get more comfortable and
you got to move them out first, Brandon.
But how do you do that though?
That's what I had my public safety meeting about last week. We're working on it.
I know, but the thing is, if customers get drinks and they go enjoy downtown, the more people that do that, the homeless might not feel as comfortable to sit down outside and take over these public parks downtown Macon. Right now, it's very much that nobody's been downtown, so they are taking over. And so the issue of it is, I think, we have not incentivized people to go out and enjoy public parks downtown. And so we've kind of given it back to the homeless. Whereas if people can get a drink, they can walk from their loft to get a drink from my bar and then walk down and finish their drink on the way to the Rookery. That would put more people downtown and possibly less homeless.
Well, I mean, if I may address you, Brandon, I appreciate where you're coming from. I know where your little bar is. I haven't been in there, but I know where it is. And I appreciate it. It's small. But, you know, taking the alcohol out in the street and walking down to the Rookery and getting another drink and walking back to your bar and getting another drink, that's promoting more drinking. I'm not a teetotaler, so I'm not against the drinking. That's not it. It's just the fact that we're promoting more alcohol use when we're trying so hard to combat that. I mean, Commissioner Watkins, you're one of them. You're the one that came up with limiting these places and calling them vice stores and things like that. And
yeah, but I would just point out that Brandon and these places are in the downtown entertainment district, where if someone's gonna do that, that's where we want them to be, not in the residential areas where the vice marts are. He's zoned as a bar and music venue. That's what we're looking for on the Poplar and Cherry Street areas. I believe that's the goal, Josh.
Yeah. I mean, to speak for Newtown does support this ordinance. We've and, you know, I wish we could have passed a mask ordinance. I think that would have helped our business owners too. I mean, they unanimously wanted that. But given the fact that we've got constraints from the governor's office on what we can do, I do believe that this is our best next step, and that it would promote social distancing and people staying outdoors while still able to enjoy a little bit of downtown's nightlife. We don't have safety and security instances on First Friday, and I don't think there's any reason to believe that expanding this would accelerate it. But I would be the first one if we get any response from our business improvement ambassadors or the sheriff's office that we are creating issues, especially around the homeless population, that we abandon the ordinance and go back to the way it was. So, you know, no question. I think all of us are in a position where we're having to make decisions that are so far from ideal. And this is not ideal either, but I think it's a smart move. And like I say, I think we keep a close eye on it. I don't expect we're going to have any issues. Like Virgil said, watching the early hours of downtown nightlife when this would apply, you're not getting problem populations coming downtown and overindulging or creating a public nuisance. I think what we're talking about is people who want to have a drink with their dinner, or people who just want to get out of the house but don't feel safe sitting inside a bar. This would expand the opportunity for them to come down and have, just one beverage in a place that they felt safe. If we have anything other than that happening, I think we pull the plug.
And it's only from 4 to 10, right? Every day it's 4 p.m. to 10 p.m.
Yeah, that's important to note too, that even during First Friday, it stops at 10 p.m. So this is not like, it's not even like New Orleans where it goes 24/7. You can have drinks on the street. This is a very limited amount of time. It's basically around dinner time.
I dislike people comparing us to big cities like New Orleans and Savannah even. We're not Savannah. We're not Atlanta. I don't want to be Atlanta. New Orleans, I don't want to be them. There's a lot of vice there. I just think that we're Macon and we have ways that we do things that are different.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Chairman or Madam Chairman?
Bert has the floor.
Cool.
Commissioner Bivens.
I just had a question about masks. A lot of businesses are encouraging their people who come in to wear a mask, even though there's no specific rule on it. And we're talking about people coming in, getting a drink and going outside. Do the bar owners consider encouraging their patrons to wear a mask? Even though when they go outside, they probably take it off.
Yeah, almost all of our businesses downtown are requiring masks inside.
Okay.
Okay, Commissioner Jones.
Yes, sir. Just a couple of questions. So this applies. This would be.
Every night.
I don't have a copy in front of me. Is it 5 days a week, 7 days a week? What is it?
It's daily.
It's daily, 7 days a week. Okay. Well, I guess 7. So my first question, since I don't frequent either one of these two fine establishments, tell me the name of your place. JBA, I heard, and I saw Daiquiris. What's your exact street address?
JBA is 499 MLK. We're at the corner of MLK and Poplar across from Rafield.
Okay, I know where you are. How about Daiquiris?
And we're located at 327 2nd Street, right next to the Hardware Capitol Theater, the old El Camino location.
Okay, so I know where you are. So do either one of your establishments serve food?
We don't yet. We tried to, but because DPH is not doing inspection or walkthroughs, we're kind of at a standstill with that right now.
You're just strictly a bar.
Correct.
Okay, how about Daiquiris?
Yes, sir, that's what we're actually working on now. I'm here actually in my restaurant, Freddy Scratch Kitchen, and we will be able to provide food in our bar just as soon as we can work out our training issues and hopefully be open by this weekend.
So you're a new bar, but you're strictly a bar.
We're a new restaurant. We opened the Daiquiri Bar on March 2019.
Well, and I'm not on the Economics and Community Development Committee, but of course I'm one of 9 commissioners and would have a vote at the end, but I'd have to think about it. I mean, my previous life, I was in the wholesale beer industry, so I'm certainly want people to be able to serve a licensed beverage, but we've always had on and off premises, as you know, on premise license, off premise license. And that's the way it's always been. I know we're in strange times, but I'd have to think about it. Thank you for your time.
Okay, does anybody else have anything they want to contribute to the discussion before I call for a vote?
Yeah, it just seems like a yes is a pro-business, less government oversight stance. I don't know. For people who like those type of conservative values.
I'm gonna remind you.
Republican on or something.
Ms. Luke, I'll
Chairman, we need a motion. We don't have a motion before you.
Right, I understand. Ms. Lucas, now that you're back, I will turn this back over to you. I think we are ready to take the motion and a vote.
Okay, sir, thank you so much. Okay, any further discussion?
Just one.
On that, will, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem?
Do we know what is the status of special event catering license for Macon-Bibb? We know it's been suspended. Do we know when that's coming back? Or when folks can start reissuing special permitting licenses?
Does anybody know, Mr. County Manager?
Mayor, is there a reason? Do we need a resolution for that? Because I'd like to start back issuing those permits.
County Manager,
I'm sorry, what was the question, Mayor?
ask your question again.
Can we go ahead and start back issuing special catering and permitted licenses? A lot of folks are trying to get some stuff done. Folks see different folks in different municipalities doing things, and they're all just trying to make a living. So we need to start back issuing special permitting. Is there a reason why we cannot start that back?
Yes, the special permits were based on the crowd sizes because of the exposure we're in with COVID. So if it was an event and they acknowledged the certain crowd size, that's why it was denied.
So let's be clear. Let me be clear. Is it crowd size or 100% no? And what's the crowd size limit? Because I'm understanding 100% no.
I think it's 100% no, because we are in the phase 3 of the COVID policy.
Okay, so if somebody wanted to do it, it doesn't matter about crowd size then. So if I wanted to do a special event with 20 people, you can't do that.
Correct.
All right,
well,
and that's what Alice.
Well, I think that needs to change. I think we need to direct the administration that we need to start by issuing permit. It is just not fair how some folks in some cities are doing things and how we're presenting folks that are entrepreneurs from making a living. We know, and we all saw in San Diego at the Sturgis where 250,000 bikers are there now. And it's just not fair for some Americans to try to do right, and then we're making others suffer. This needs to change, and I would ask that, commissioners join me in asking that we go ahead and start back allowing permitting for 10 people, 100 people, or what have you. These events are outside, most of them, and folks have been asked to social distance themselves. Some folks are doing the right thing. We've tried to do the right thing with the commission. And so we cannot continue to hinder folks until we wait for a cure for coronavirus.
Okay, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I think you had me on your side until you started mentioning the motorcyclists who are going to have some serious infection rates. So you have, I was kind of teetering. We're going to take one more. I think I saw Commissioner Wynn's hand, and then we're going to entertain a motion.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. I appreciate it. Thank you. Well, we got off the track of what this whole thing was about when Mayor
Ms. Wynn, I'm chairing the meeting, and we accepted that discussion. So let's go on. What are your comments?
I just want to say that I don't see what the positive results would be for our community to have this. Commissioner Lucas, you are one that advocates, you don't drink, I realize that, and that we are concerned about the amount of alcohol being distributed in our community. And I think to have this going on downtown, I just don't see how it's going to work, because I think that you take a cup out, like I said, you walk from the Rookery around the corner to Oliver's, you're going to take another drink and walk back to the Rookery. You can have several. And then people are going to, how are you going to enforce it? They're going to have their armbands on. They're going to have certain colored cuts, but who's going to enforce all that anyway? Who's going to check to see if one of these little bags is not full of beer that they just put into that little approved cup? I just don't see how this is really going to help and be appropriate for our downtown right now.
Okay, is there anybody else who needs to, Commissioner Bivens?
No, I'm just waiting to make motion.
Okay, all right then, thank you. We'll entertain a motion on this resolution.
I'd offer a motion that we do this, and at least we give people who want to think about it a chance to the final vote next week.
All right, good. We've got a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Do legal folks have anything else to add to this? Did y'all have any particular problems with it?
No, Madam Chair, we don't.
Okay, if not, we'll go ahead. All those in favor of the motion to approve, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, no. All right, that sounds unanimous to me. Although I didn't hear all 5 voices, but that's unanimous, I think. Okay, so this is a temporary thing. It's to be tried if it's approved by the full commission next week. I don't want to get ahead of the full commission, but this is a temporary thing just to try and see if this does help. We all feel for the businesses that are just impacted so greatly by COVID. And this community is still a red zone. So anything that helps, that's great. Okay, one final thing, the Arbor Preservation Board, we changed that name, did we not? Didn't we vote on changing that from the tree board to Arbor Preservation
Yeah, we did that, didn't we?
Board? That's real cute. And Mr. Mayor,
Arbor Conservation?
Arbor Preservation, or is it conservation? Which?
I understand it's Arbor Conservation Board.
Oh, so I just had the name. Okay, conservation. And I've submitted to you two names, Mr. Mayor, for consideration to fill those other 2 spots, and they've agreed. They're very excited. So
good. And we're working
approved.
on the background checks and moving those forward. I hope to have them to you next time.
Okay, that would be great. Thank you very much. Is there anything else to come before this committee today? If not, I want to express our condolences to the Watkins family and the loss of his aunt, Pearlie Perkins. She was Pearlie Perkins when we were growing up in Bellevue together. But she's Pearlie Watkins, Dr. Columbus Watkins' wife. She passed away a couple of days ago, and she's a retired educator, just a wonderful, wonderful person. And we still hold Janice Ross and her family as a committee in our thoughts and prayers. Ms. Mayor, I'm not trying to take over from you, but I feel a special thing for Janice, who lost a son at a young age. And I could just feel it just go through me when I learned. But anybody who passes away is important to somebody. So everybody feels that loss, but I just wanted to express to the 2 of them, this committee's sympathy in the loss. So y'all hang in there. It gets better. It gets better only with time. We're gonna adjourn this meeting. Mr. Mayor, it's back in your hands.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Lucas. Next committee to meet is Facilities and Engineering. That's Chairman Jones. Chairman Jones?
Yes, sir. Facilities Engineering will call to order. And we have Commissioner Wynn, Commissioner Allen, we have Commissioner Messenger, and we have Commissioner Burt Bivens all present. First item is number 1, the approval of minutes. Do we have any concerns or anything to do?
Move to approve.
Are they correct? Got a motion to approve?
Second.
Got a second? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
The minutes are approved. Item number 2, a resolution, the A part, a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute an agreement of extension with the Houston County Board of Health, the WIC program for the lease of office space located at 456 Oglethorpe Street in the amount of $21,215 for 1 year, sponsored by Mayor Rickard. Mayor,
And I'll turn this over to legal, Mr. Chairman, to talk about. I think this is a renewal of an existing lease, if I recall correctly.
It is. Duke, you want to respond on that, or you or Michael?
I'm Michael.
I'll take it.
We're doing this, yeah.
So this is, this is the Houston County Board of Health WIC program. They've been renting this facility on Oglethorpe Street since 2013, and we've just renewed it every year. It's an annual renewal, and this is the same terms and rate that they paid last year. So it's a total annual rent of $21,215, and they pay it as a monthly payment of $1,767.92.
Well, I'm totally in favor of them renewing the lease. I'm curious, why does the Houston Board of Health have a program, have a building here? I mean, I'm glad they're here, but just curious.
I don't know that I have an answer to that question. They've been here since well before I started in this position. So I don't know the history of how they came to move to Macon, but
Mr. Mayor.
No, sir, I do not. I would hazard a guess to say that the WIC program is probably multi-county.
Exactly. Yeah.
Right. And
that's it.
Right. So Houston County just has to, locate the space, and they chose to locate it in Macon rather than in Houston. Maybe more centrally located, I guess.
Okay. Well, I'm glad they're here. Do I have a motion to approve that lease agreement?
So moved.
Mr. Chairman.
Got a motion and a second by Wynn and Allen, I think. Any further discussion on that? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. The motion carries. Number B, a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute a lease agreement with A.T. Holt Company at a rate of $350 per month for the use of the vacant lot located on Walnut Street Lane alongside the courthouse to be used for authorized county parking, sponsored by Mayor Rickard.
Again, I'll turn this over to legal, but I would say that we've got more courthouse personnel in vehicles than we can accommodate in the surface parking lot at the corner of First and Mulberry. So this is on the other side of the alley. It's a small parking lot that about 8 or 10 cars use. Some folks from the solicitor's office, I think, park there. And others, they make good use of it. So this is a renewal of that lease. Legal?
That's correct, Mayor. And I would just add, so we've been leasing this property since 2013 for parking purposes. We renewed in 2016, and this is the second renewal of the lease. It's for it's a 1-year term with 2 optional additional year renewals, so up to 3 more years. And on this one, we have been paying $300 a month for the parking lot lease, but my understanding is that the tax assessors has reassessed the lot and raised the valuation, and so because of that, he's asked to go up to $350 a month for rent.
Sounds reasonable. Any discussion on that? Does anybody want to make a motion?
So moved.
A motion by Schlesinger, second by Wynn. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. B, resolution passes. Item C, a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute a lease agreement between Macon-Bibb County and James Hatcher, doing business as Hatcher Farms, for the lease of approximately 184.48 acres of clear zone land located within the Middle Georgia Regional Airport to be used as agriculture land in substantially the same form as attached hereto as Exhibit A, sponsored by Mayor Rickert. Mayor?
Again, thank you, Chairman. This is to lease some of the clear space so that they can plant hay. There are certain restricted crops that you cannot plant. The FAA says you can't plant stuff that attracts wildlife into the clear zone and all that kind of stuff, but it can grow hay. And apparently it's $46,000 that we get from renting this. So every little bit helps. Legal, can you help me on that?
That's correct, Mayor. And I've got an image of the, there's 4 tracts of land at the airport here. And the biggest by far is this kind of field in between the 2 runways. There's 128 acres. There's a couple of tracts up by the terminal. And then there's a 4th tract down here. And so all told, they're paying us to lease the land to grow crops. And so we're making money on the land, as opposed to it would cost us tens of thousands of dollars a year to mow it, and just if it's just grass. And so it's significant savings for the airport operations and not having to pay those mowing costs. And they'll grow hay, they'll harvest it and clear cut it at the end of the growing season, and then keep it up. So that saves us money and gives us income at the same time.
Great. We need the business. Any comments or questions on that for the mayor or Michael? If not, have a motion to approve.
Okay,
Okay, got a motion by Schlesinger, and the second was
Whoever picked.
Wynn, Allen.
It don't matter.
It doesn't matter. We'll give you both credit. So they got the motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, same sign. The motion carries. Sounds like 3 good leases we need to keep in place. No further business. We'll adjourn facilities and engineering.
Thank you, Chairman Jones. Next committee is Operations and Finance. That's Chairman Watkins. And we're running pretty good on time. It's right at 12 o'clock. I would just remind us we've got a hard stop at 1 o'clock for the public hearing and then the special call meeting. So let me turn this on over to Chairman Watkins. Chairman Watkins.
All right, how's everybody doing?
Great.
Good. Wonderful, wonderful. Short agenda today. We've already addressed the CARES Act expenditure budget, and the remaining item, I guess, to be discussed so far would be the remaining $5 million. And we'll do some follow up on that before pre-commission on Tuesday. Only thing I want to add to us is update on the right of way maintenance and cutting from the administration. So if you could, Dr. Moffitt, prepare yourself to speak on that briefly. But other than that, I just want to jump into the approval of the minutes from July 28th.
so moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second for approval. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Scotty not with us today?
He was.
We got him.
Where did he go?
All right.
He's there.
Next item of new business. Next item of new business is an ordinance to approve and authorize the appropriation of up to $40,000 from the 2017 Walker Road landfill purchase line item for the purpose of providing professional services in preparation for the closing of the Walker Road landfill. And it's sponsored by Mayor Rickert.
Right, but I'll see if Dr. Moffitt can chime in on this. This is the engineering that we're having to do for designing the closure, the kind of the sequencing plan of filling up the last cells in an appropriate order so that we can start the actual closure.
Well, that is too coming, but this is primarily for the appraisals and the attorney fees for the work that's been done thus far in the closure for the landfill.
All right, further discussion? There being none, all in favor, please. Oh, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yeah, motion to approve.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Did I get a second? I second for the purpose. Further discussion? There being none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? This motion carries. Our next item is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute a purchase and sale agreement with Wade Ford Inc. in the amount of $137,856 for the purchase of 4 Ford Explorer Pursuit utility vehicles, with the funds to be paid from 2018 SPLOST funds, public safety, fire upgrade, machinery, and equipment. These are 4 Ford Explorers for the fire department, budgeted from SPLOST funds. Do I have a motion? I'll make a motion for approval. Do I have a second?
Second.
What
Second, further
department
discussion?
was this, Mr. Chair? What
My
department?
understanding was fire department.
Oh.
Yeah, class 1 fire department.
Oh.
Yes. Do I have a question?
Yes, sir. These are 4 new vehicles.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Are we purchasing these?
Yes, ma'am.
Are we replacing some that we have, or what?
Yes, ma'am.
What are we doing with the old ones?
Reusing them in the fleet if they are still in serviceable, condition. If they're not in serviceable condition, parts. And if we can't do it with those 2 items, then we will put them in surplus and sell them.
So we're not selling them right now.
After they've been evaluated for use and parts, and then from there, if we can't use them, then we will surplus them and sell them.
So they're not usable, or they are usable, or we don't know.
Well,
they're approaching their end of life.
Yeah, well, most of the vehicles are end of life.
If they're at end of life, we're not considering selling them.
Well, if we can still get some use out of them, we try to get as much use out of them as possible.
If we can rip the transmission out of it or something that's of value to us, we'll do that otherwise.
Correct.
And then sell what's left.
Correct.
Salvage.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right. Further questions, comments, concerns? There being none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Being none, motion carries. Next item is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute a construction contract with Stafford Builders and Consultants in the amount of $760,500 for the completion of the Smart Park Lemoore project to be paid from 2018 SPLOST funds. It's sponsored by the mayor. I'll make a motion for approval.
Second.
And just so Smart Park, this is the 2nd phase expansion, Rabbi. I know this is in your district. The 3rd phase expansion. I get a building for this amount? Yeah.
This first phase, you want to talk about?
I know a building was in the initial full
Hold on.
plan.
I have Mr. Murphy here.
Okay.
Good morning, or good afternoon now.
Good morning.
This is the first phase. We own the property. We've done an engineering design plan that was approved by the commission. Includes a playground, walking trails, playground equipment, walking trails, basketball courts, pavilions. And so this was put out for bid back in March. Stafford was a low bid, and the attorneys are now completed the contract to begin construction on that project.
You say first phase, but this would be more 2nd phase or phase 1.5 because there's a park there now, right?
Well, there's a house that's in poor condition, which we're going to tear down. It is unsalvageable. There's a couple of picnic tables with chess tables and things like that there.
Okay, all right.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Okay, Clay, if I may address this to Clay, I noticed that Stafford was the low bidder, but they were still above our budgeted amount, and that about 200,000 had to be cut from their bid. Can you specifically say what had to be cut?
Yeah, we were going to try and salvage and remodel the existing home. It had been stripped of wiring. It was in unsalvageable condition for a reasonable amount. It was about a $300,000. The original bid was about $280,000 to renovate that home, and it didn't make any sense to do it. We're going to have Public Works tear down the building.
So nothing taking away from the park and what you're going to put in it.
We were hoping to be able to use the house for like a meeting space for the community, but it just didn't make any sense to spend that much money on that structure.
Good to hear you using your brain on that one. I wanted to ask where this park is. I'm not familiar with that.
It's near the intersection of Glenmore Avenue and Houston Road. Houston Avenue.
Avenue, right?
Yes,
Okay.
Avenue.
And we are already in, this is phase 2, as Commissioner Chairman Watkins said.
1.5 maybe.
Well, no, Commissioner, and I wish I had my book. It's in Julie's office. This was the amount of money we had budgeted for the smart park there. And I don't, right off the top of my head, I can't tell you, but I could, if you gave me a second, I could go get it from Julie. But it was about 800. I think I had about $850,000 for that park location specifically.
Okay, but we're in phase 2 of it.
No,
well,
ma'am.
Actually, I think what we acquired some of those parcels, and that should have been phase 1 when we acquired title to the parcels. I think this is the first improvement to the parcels, other than maybe the demolition of some of those blighted houses that were there. So we acquired
This is the actual first work being done on it. Besides
the first improvement, I would say. Yeah.
Is there currently a park there?
No, ma'am.
Yes, sir. It's cleared.
Okay. Nothing's there.
I guess it's cleared. It has some grass. It has like some large chess pieces or something. It has some amenities. It has like, I guess, nominal amenities exist in this green space now. Maybe that's the best way to say it.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And there's a pecan tree with a bench underneath it that has a couple of chessboards.
Okay.
And didn't we name this park after Frankie Lewis?
That is correct, Rabbi.
Okay, yeah. So it's more than just Smart Park.
We've seen the pictures, but I think that's what's throwing us off is that we saw pictures of, I guess, the renderings a long time before COVID started. And I think, and I guess we did the groundbreaking as well. But this is the first time we really put dollars to those plans, right?
That is correct.
Okay.
But it's off-street parking, lighting, walking trail, 2 basketball courts, pavilion, a barbecue grill. I mean, it's some dramatic improvements to a real blighted area right now.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I think too that we probably, before the end of this term, which is only a few months away, that we probably need to review those projects in the recreation realm that have not been completed and where we are on those, because we committed ourselves to complete recreation in the community. So we at least need to know how much of that we've gotten done and what's left, and maybe, put some extra energy behind those things that are kind of lagging behind. So can we do that very soon, Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, I understand. I'm sorry. I wouldn't think that was for me. I was thinking that was for Clay on giving us the update. So, but yeah.
Well, you're the
You've
chair,
been waiting on
and
maps
I was
for like,
asking, sir.
Yeah, you've been waiting on maps for like the last 6 years, ain't you? Yeah,
Well,
give it to you.
You know.
Yeah. But yeah, okay. Further discussion? There being none, we're back to the main motion of the $760,000 for the smart park.
Amen.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? This motion carries. The next item is item D, an ordinance to amend the Superior Court clerk's budget by transferring $7,827 from various line items to various salary and benefit line items to fund salary increases for various positions in the Superior Court Clerk's office. Now it says various, and it says Superior Court Clerk, but I know it's, last time we were here about 13,000 and we took that off the table. And I didn't actually read this one because I just assumed it must have been some type of typo or carryover. But the number is different, so I'm nervous on what's about to be said.
Well, no, sir. It is pretty straightforward. Again, due to financial policies, if she moves money within her budget from the different categories that have to be approved by commission, you're absolutely right. Last week, you did approve a salary adjustment that was over the threshold that was, and according to policies, you had to approve. She has submitted some adjustments in her department, which total about $7,406 above her current salary. She would like to move that from an operating line item out of an insurance account line item into her salaries line item.
That's less than 10,000. Why do we need to approve it?
Because the financial policy says when it's going from one of the three categories into another category, it has to have commission approval. And it's coming from operating category into the salaries category.
So, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Here we go again, moving, changing salaries before we get our pay scale study out to look at it. And what if these new salaries that are being applied are going to exceed what the pay scale study says they should be? Are we going to take them down, take their salaries down? I wish we wouldn't be moving or changing salaries right now when we've got to pay. And by the way, Dr. Moffitt, where is the pay scale study? We've been told several times it's almost there, it's almost there, it's almost done, but I haven't heard anything about it. I'd like to see what that says before we start. I don't know why this particular department is moving money around and giving people raises right now. I know the money's there, and I we'll probably have to look at what we're budgeting for the insurance that they are taking. They didn't use, so it's over budgeted. So we'll have to look at that. I'm just curious as to why all this changing of salaries is going on right now when it could be happening in the next 4 months or the beginning of the year.
Well, I will address the pay scale in a moment, but I will tell you, talking to the county attorney's office, as long as the constitutional officer is within her budget, she has the authorization to make these changes. I agree that we do in the process of the pay scale, but if she deems and evaluate her jobs at this level, then she has the sole authority to do that. And I would defer that to the county attorney. To answer your question about the pay scale, you remember the original schedule I gave you was to present this to the Health Advisory Board like the first week of September. We are on track to do that. The company has finished the evaluation of all the jobs. That number is in, and now we're working on the longevity piece of it. And again, we are right on schedule. We should have that to you mid-September for your approval in October. For implementation in January.
Thank you. I'm well aware of the fact that someone can move their money around within their budget that's budgeted. Don't have to repeat that to me, but I just wonder why it's being done now, since we're going to have a pay scale study that, as you just alluded to, will be presented to us in September and voted on in October, that we would be changing salaries perhaps in January. I don't get it.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Chairman, these funds for insurance, are they going to be needed in the future?
Well, that's what I want to know.
Well, she indicated to me that she identified a savings there that she could apply these funds. That's what she told me.
But we know these savings going to be there. You know, I mean, something happened where you could come back and say, okay, well, now I need this money for insurance and it's not there. Then what?
Thank you.
So, and just so I'm clear on that, because that's a little red flag for me as well. So this is health insurance costs.
No, sir.
We're able to predict the savings 2 months into the fiscal year?
No, sir. This is not health insurance. It is
surety bonds.
Security bonds.
That's not health insurance.
Yeah, the security bonds.
But could we not need that in the future too?
And just to clarify, it's called reason why I say insurance, because it's called insurance security bonds. Again, in talking to the clerk, she indicated that she would have the savings in this line item that would compensate that.
I just want to interrupt for 1 second.
I would just like to, hey,
Ms.
this is
Woodford is
Rachel,
just
y'all.
logging on.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say too. Miss Woodford just logged on.
Well,
And just to clarify, it's called reason why I say insurance, because it's called insurance security bonds. Again, in talking to the clerk, she indicated that she would have the savings in this line item that would compensate that.
All right, and walk me through.
Good afternoon.
Oh, it's too many people talking.
Miss Woodford just logged on.
All right, thank you.
Just to clarify, it's called reason why I say insurance, because it's called insurance security bonds. Again, in talking
Could everyone just pause for a second? I gotta.
Hey, Rachel Gamble here. I need to remind everyone, if you are listening to this meeting outside of the meeting itself, like you have Facebook open or something, please keep your mic muted because it creates a loop and an echo, and then we'll hear it 10 seconds later. So just remember to look at your mute button.
Thank you for that, Rachel. That's what I was catching. It was like Keith repeated himself 5 times on my end. And I last thing I understood was he was giving the explanation of the insurance and surety bonds. And I think the next follow-up was the relation to, and I see that Miss Dr. Woodford is Clerk Woodford has just logged in. Maybe you can give us a little bit of detail of what is happening and why is this a necessity at this moment, and why can't we wait until the relationship to our pay scale and these pay adjustments? It is our desire as a system to wait for all pay adjustments until we implement our pay scale. Why does that not work for you?
Good afternoon. We discussed this 2 weeks ago at the commission meeting, and it's my understanding that it was approved. It was a motion was made by Ms. Commissioner Lucas, seconded by Commissioner Bivens after thorough discussion and explanation of the same things.
This is the same thing.
Correct. It was discussed and approved. That's my understanding. But if your question is regarding the $5,000 plus or minus transfer from the surety bond line item to cover whatever shortage or whatever difference, then that surety line item, the amount of the cost of that surety bond insurance has decreased. So I don't foresee that line item increasing anytime in the future. However, if it does, that's beyond my control, but it's my understanding that the cost has been decreased. I've seen the decrease in the numbers, and that should, sustain itself over the next couple of years. As far as why I would like to proceed with this, as I stated 2 weeks ago, pursuant to the case filed by Judge William Self versus Bibb County Commissioners in 2012. I don't have that citation. I believe it's 12 CV 56787, but don't quote me on that. But the county attorney has a copy of that case law because I sent it to him, but they have it anyway. A constitutional officer pursuant to Georgia law, the statutes, and the case law that was filed by Judge Self enumerates that a constitutional officer can provide raises for their staff when there is funds available in their budget. This paperwork was submitted prior to the fiscal year, back prior to July 1st. The paperwork was held for some reason. No one ever contacted me or said anything why it was held, why it was not, the funds were not transferred or moved to that line item. And so that put us into this fiscal year, which we had the discussion 2 weeks ago. So when a constitutional officer has funds in the budget, that constitutional officer can in fact give raises to his or her staff. It's my understanding that no other constitutional officer has had to deal with this amount of scrutiny, or I don't want to say pushback, but that's sort of what it feels like since we're at this point yet again. However, I do understand that you all have a job to do, but as do I. And the constitutional officer can manage their money without, and manage their budget, their office, their staff without micromanagement or anything like that. So, you know, it's legal. It's within my rights to do that as a constitutional officer. We have the funds to do that. And that's pretty much it. And as far as the pay scale is concerned, I look forward to seeing the pay scale as well, because my staff is well underpaid for the amount of work that they do. I mean, they see millions of dollars, and each month we turn over hundreds of thousands of dollars to the county just in fees, fines, restitution, court costs, judicial operation. All these funds flow in and out of our office each month. But regardless, and also just a point, the clerk's office has not requested any extra or additional funds in this matter, nor have I done so within the last 8 years as the elected clerk, with the exception of furniture for the new jury room. But I'm open to any questions that you may have.
Yeah. So for clarity for me, last week when we were here, I think the number was $13,000 and it was for one employee. This reads differently. So if we passed it last week, and this might be a question for legal, what am I here doing today? Is this a mistake and a typo on the agenda if I passed it last week?
Clarify, last week was a position, and the clerk gave up 2 temporary positions to cover the cost of that, because it was $13,000 plus salaries and benefits, which left $421 available in her salaries line item. The new adjustments are for other positions, but she did decrease one position significant. So there was 5 adjustments there. And once you did the 4 increases and did the 1 decrease, salaries and benefits, there was a deficit of not $7,406. And that $7,406 is what she is moving from her operating account in that security bond line item to her salaries account, which will cover that.
So last week I moved $13,000 for the deputy clerk.
No, sir, you did not move anything. You approved it because it was over the $10,000 threshold, which by financial policies you have to approve.
So that was last week. I approved $13,000. This week I'm doing something different.
Yes, sir.
And it's for 4 employees.
Yes, sir.
So
and
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
If I may, I'm going to follow up on what you said, Mr. Chair, about you asked what was the question was, why are we going ahead and moving this now when we, and we know that Ms. Woodford has a right, the legal right and the ability to do what she wants with her budget. That is true. No question being asked about that. The question is, why do we move salaries now when we got a pay scale study that's coming up September 1? What is that, a couple of weeks from now, being presented to us, and then we'll look at it to be approved in October. And she said she was interested in seeing that too. Well, why don't, my question is just a thought. Why don't you wait to see what it says before changing? But she has a right to do what she wants, but I'm asking the question you were asking, why do it now, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I was at the county when Ms. Woodford was talking about what she talked about. She's legally right. The 4 constitutional officers, the money that we give them by law, they can use that money any which way they want to use that money.
We know that.
And hold on, when I was talking last week, I was talking to the content, maybe she would hold back until we could get the salary out there. She declined to do that. She is within her right. She's within her right to do what she wants to now. The only thing that she has to look forward at is when the new budget comes out, is the amount of money the Board of Commissioners allot her. But then she can do whatever she wants to with whatever's allotted to her division. That's the way it is. That's how it was with the other court.
So let me get this right. So, and this is almost beyond. There is, other than the sheriff, what prevents the sheriff from paying a starting deputy tomorrow $4,000 under this law? Like, why can't he do that? He has tons of salary savings. He can do that. We just hadn't done it.
And it's my understanding that the sheriff has given raises to certain employees each year. But again, that's neither here nor there because the sheriff is within his right to do that. And I would never second guess the sheriff and how he pays his employees, his deputies. But also noteworthy is that these PAFs were sent to the county for processing before this fiscal year. So when there were, the funds were available. And as Mr. Moffitt stated, one salary was decreased because of a transition in employees, which left monies that I could allocate to these other employees.
So, and we're about to move on from this, but that would all, if the sheriff has been able to give raises to his employees in that fashion, that would imply that he was able to do it without coming here to us to have this conversation. But there are quite a few constitutional officers. For all of us, this feels like a weird conversation. I know that the solicitor, I can remember some conversations similar to this.
The solicitor is not a constitutional officer, sir. There are only 4 constitutional officers: the sheriff, the clerk, the probate judge, and the tax commissioner. There are only 4 constitutional officers.
And just right, you are correct. The sheriff could do that. And this and just to back up what the clerk has said, it was a timing issue of making sure that the funds were available. When she did the one last week, the proper process, and I was trying to make sure that process was followed, and she had to go in and eliminate the other 2 positions to cover that. That's what held up this. And so now that that has been taken care of, we move forward with this, and this is just simply moving from one category to the other. She's still within the overall budget.
And this is becoming my new concern in this whole process right now. Why is the clerk's office here even when you're telling me in your policy?
Because we have a
financial
policy.
There is a format in your policy where this could have been done without commission inclusion. I'm almost certain of it. And it seems like we've done that.
No, sir. Why we are here is because in these 2 instances, and Christy's on the line, she can explain it. The county attorney's here to verify that. Our financial policy stipulates any adjustment over 10,000 has to have commission approval. Any adjustment that goes between the 3 categories of capital, operating, and salary, any movement between those 3 categories have to have commission approval. I'll turn it over to Christy to further explain that.
In a situation that you're asking for an example of, probably what would have happened in that situation is if there is a vacancy in a department, someone can fund an increase to another person's salary, a constitutional officer, from the vacancy. That vacancy is already in full-time salaries. If Ms. Woodward had a vacancy and she was funding from a vacancy, she could fund these increases and there would not be a transfer because it's funded from the account where the increases would be paid. So in the examples that you're asking about, well, why wouldn't someone else, well, how could all these have happened and not been brought to the board? More than likely they were funded with vacancies from another position and they increased someone's salary and there was no need for a transfer, meaning I would not have had to bring that transfer to the board. Because it was in a full-time salary. This is not in a full-time salary. Last week's transfer was being transferred from another account. It was over 10,000, even though it was within a payroll line item. That is one example of a transfer that I need to bring to the board. This example is under 10,000, but it was within operating expenses. So I'm required to bring this transfer to the board because it is from one set grouping of accounts into salaries. So that's the difference of why you may have not seen another increase that she's referencing.
All right, and I think I'm okay. And last thing, I think I'll have clarity. My assumption is that that office is at full capacity. There are no vacancies in Superior Court Clerk's office.
I can't. That would be an HR question, but my understanding from working on this transfer that is accurate. But she would have to let you know that.
Yeah, it'd be weird if we
That
had
is correct.
Okay.
That is correct. There are no vacancies.
All right. Hence, no salary savings. Okay.
You need a motion, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
So move.
I'm seconding it. Thank you, Superior Clerk Wolford, for your time today and your explanation of this matter.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Something is off on our policies that something is off on the policy. I know that, and that's what's
there's a lot off.
I know that, and that's what's creating our conflict right now. It's
Mr. Chairman.
But anyway, moving on.
Mr. Chairman, if I may. It's Commissioner Tillman. I think we can resolve this probably in the next couple of weeks. I'm looking back at my Ed D4 history of old notes. Under the old government of the city of Macon, Dr. Reverend Henry Ficklin was the chairman of finance, and he and former Mayor Jack Ellis had an issue, a dispute, and he put forth a resolution saying that the mayor would need permission from city council. Anything over $10,000, they would have to come through their office. And that's a very small amount. So I think maybe it's time to revisit that and change that in the new commission. I'll be glad to reach out to commissioners and work with the administration just to see if we can possibly change and remove that to go back up to probably 25,000 or whatever an appropriate number is where we would not appear as though we're, chastising or disrespecting a constitutional officer who is in his or her right to move money within their budget. I think this is probably an outdated resolution, and that I'm sure the administration would probably appreciate it if we would probably go ahead and try and correct it now, or those that's willing to wait in at least 2021. But either way, I think it needs to be readjusted at some point so we won't have this future issue again. Thank you.
I feel like it's the dollar amount though, because this is about $7,000. But definitely need to read it though. So further comments, questions, concerns. I think we have a motion in a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. And that was our last action item. We've already, any other?
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
I'd like to ask if the committee would endorse our getting the list of items that have been paid out of confiscated funds. I think by law, the sheriff and the district attorney are required to provide that. We don't have to approve what they use the money for, but we are entitled to a list, and I would be interested in getting those lists if we could, please.
I'll run that down, Commissioner.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Briefly, I would love an update on the right-of-way maintenance. I think I saw somebody cutting the grass over there, or at least I saw the grass cut on Mercer University from one of our cars, and that made me good and excited. But please, and I know last time we left off, y'all were working on the emergency contract and the RFP to expand services.
Yes, I believe legal is finalizing that RFP. But when COVID hit, we thought we would have some vendors that we could contract with, but the one vendor that I know we were talking to could not do it because of liability issues. I think I think I was told he couldn't get the insurance. It had something to do with the liability. So we're back to the drawing board on that. But I did authorize overtime in our departments. For the month of June, Public Works cut 75 miles of right of way. Last week, 50, I'm sorry, the last 2 weeks.
But we need to go outside.
Last 2 weeks, we cut 53 miles of right of way. And I can email you that list of the streets that were cut. We are trying to cut as much as possible.
I think last time we left off, you mentioned that there were 1,200 miles of right of way in the city that was on your list, or what is that total? Like when I look at 75 or 53 miles, that's what portion of?
Well, I believe you, Public Works did indicate there were 1,200 miles countywide.
Yeah.
That cut. So what we're doing is we have a schedule. So he's gone to GIS to work with that and implement a new countywide schedule. They are in the final stages of that. We have the map printed. So he's adjusting crews and times to start that. Again, C-click fix calls are coming in. They're still taking care of those, cutting in the right of ways and things of that nature. But again, we have increased the cutting as much as we can in-house. And we are looking for vendors to help us with that on the outside of the county, outside of the county department.
So under your estimation, the average amount of miles that you should expect our county to complete in a month is what?
Between 70 and 80. Well, yeah, between 70 and 80.
All right. All right. And just again, you said that the RFP is, I should expect it to be available for people to respond to when?
Michael, can you give a status on that?
Yeah, I meant to send this to you yesterday, Commissioner Watkins, but I got pulled aside. I sent it to you about 20, 30 minutes ago. Public Works has created a list of roads. That's the proposed list to bid out. It's about 250 miles of roads and includes a number of the GDOT owned, GDOT maintained rights of way. And so if you could just take a look at that and let me know if that matches your vision of you know, the roads that you want us to bid out and get maintained more frequently, or if you want it to be, you know, even more, because as you mentioned, there's something like 1,250 miles of roads, but I think that 250 miles on the list covers, you know, most of the main thoroughfares in Macon-Bibb. So let me know what your thoughts are on that. And
now, is it possible that there is, I know I'm asking a lot, but I think we talked about it a couple of weeks ago. Is there possible that there's a visual representation of the roads of these 250 miles, maybe on a map with like those streets colored in some type of way? Is that possible, that GIS or IT or?
Yeah, Michael, if you send that to me, I can GIS to map it.
Okay.
All right, that'd be one. Then we can all take a look at it and really quickly decide if that's what we're going for as a body.
Okay, I just sent it.
Cool. Appreciate it. Absent the map being correct. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Mr. Jones.
Well, finish your thought. I just wanted to ask a question. When you're.
Yeah, absent the map, if the map is correct, then we can look at the RFP being on the streets next few days, next week. Does it require comeback approval for us, or?
No, if you send Michael the okay that's what you're looking for, we'll go ahead and post it.
All right, so that's the only thing we're looking for. And they just sent it over, so we're literally days away, if days.
Right.
All right.
What Michael said, as long as you approve and that's what you're looking for, we'll go ahead and post it.
All right, cool. All right. Commissioner Jones, I know you had something.
Yeah, yes, so tying in with that, and I should have brought it up during facilities maybe, but Dr. Moffett, County Manager, where do we stand on the contractors for yard debris? Many of the citizens are complaining about that, and we're telling them to be patient, and you know, Public Works cannot participate right now due to COVID, but where do we stand on any contractors ready to start work on that?
Well, yes. Well, one, the public works crews are starting to come back as people are being cleared to come back to work. And my understanding that the yard contract was executed and they started on yesterday.
Okay, so, but what do we tell the public as to, you know, what areas of town and when? They just need to leave it out there and they're going to get to it when they get to it, or what can we tell them?
I will email you a proper response to that shortly. I need to get that schedule from Pat. I believe they're on the same schedule, but we're able to pick up more. So I'm pretty sure that we did not change any dates or anything like that. But let me verify that with Pat or how they work that out, that we're able to just pick up more, but we're on the same schedule. I believe they're going to go through and they're going to pick up as much as they can. And then we will follow up behind them with our skeleton crews as we build back up to the capacity. But I'll have something to you.
Well, I'm sorry, I might be able to add just a little bit to that. So there was a little bit of a term that needed to be tweaked a little bit with the vendor. They are only using the knuckle boom, which is the sidearm, not the larger rear loading type trucks. So they are using the same schedule and routes as our crews, but rather than running in tandem, they're actually working on opposite schedules. And what they're also doing to supplement what they're being able to provide to the county is their illegal dump sites. So they're going to be picking up large debris from those as well. What they're not able to pick up is like household type garbage. They're able to pick up debris and large disposal type items.
Michelle, you broke up in the middle of that. Can you summarize that for me? That way I can, but I'm gonna send this to you also, Commissioner Jones. Can you summarize that, Michelle, what the details are?
I got to follow up when you finish.
Okay. I'm not sure what you heard from me. Sorry, I've actually been fading in and out all morning. I've had to re-sign in a few times. They're supplementing our crews by picking up large debris. They're running the same routes and schedules. They're going to also be cleaning up some of the illegal dump sites that are around town that are on those regular routes. That's kind of a quick summary of it.
Hey, what's the fee on that? Is that the 180 from the CARES Act that we discussed earlier, or?
Yes, I thought it was like 133.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, let me
finish
up with my question, please, sir.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Keith, when you say we're on the same schedule, nobody knows what the same schedule is. That doesn't tell us anything because they haven't been picking it up for 6 weeks or so. So we don't know where's the starting point, what neighborhoods, what day. You know, we typically, like on my street, I would know they would typically be there on a Monday, but I don't know when they're starting back in my neighborhood, and neither does any other citizen. So that's where the communication comes in. Many people like myself will roll out a cart that's full of yard debris, and they don't want to just leave it out there for weeks and weeks. They'd like to know, okay, we're starting next week, they'll be in whatever, they'll be in whatever neighborhood. So we need to know the starting point. And even if we didn't know the exact day, if we knew the week, then that would be a big help to many citizens.
Yes, sir. I'll get with Chris. Chris just walked in, and we will get that information out. We need to post the solid waste schedule with the new company and how we're going to do all that. Hold on.
From what I understand, they're running their regular routes. And so what we've been doing is we put the information out, and we'll certainly ramp the efforts up, is putting out the website that IT and Solid Waste built, where people put in their address and it pops up with the next day that solid waste would be collecting. And what we've told people is they would get regular collection on the week that's listed, but leave it out because the other company will be coming on that next week.
Yeah, what I'm saying, Chris, is their regular route doesn't mean anything. We don't know what the regular route is.
That's what
Even
I'm,
before, when we were in full operation, we knew that they went on one day in a whole week. So you have citizens all over Bibb County saying, well, when are they coming again? Well, I don't know. If you tell me the regular week, that doesn't mean anything. That doesn't equate to anything.
I will, it's as part of Dr. Moffitt's update, we'll include the website that we push people to, because a citizen, like I would input my address and it would say, your recycling is on this date. Your next trash is on this date. Your next week of yard waste is this week. So
Well,
people,
we know trash and recycling. Yard debris is the question.
right. It's included in that list, sir.
So I need to know when is the starting point? So are you telling me that it starts next Monday, that we'll be back, and then we don't know which neighborhoods you're beginning on, even when you tell us the starting point? So where is that starting? North, south, east, west?
I think they just picked up on a Monday as they would have done normally. But if someone asked what day of a week they get their pickup, they would input their address, or if they just called solid waste can give them their next pickup.
Okay, well, I'll just call Pat, it sounds like, so maybe she can tell me.
All right. So, and like I said, that came from the CARES Act. So that effort is being funded by the CARES Act, that 130 number.
We hope so. Yes, sir. That's something we're gonna submit. Hopefully, for
Where is to that same thing? I know we about to go because we have a meeting. Where is the 350 for the prison crew contract? Right now, what's going on there?
As of right now, we have not been notified of the use of crews. But again, if they do notify us that they are willing to come back, we have those funds available.
So it's sitting in an account, and I'm understanding it prorated per month. So if a month ticks by, they hadn't used 8% of that's now available for redistribution.
Yes.
Or savings. Am I thinking about that correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right.
But one of the things that we do know that we are using more overtime as we try to stay up to date. So coming to the end of the year, that savings may go toward covering some of the overtime.
End of the year or now, depending on how we think about budgeting.
Correct.
All right. Okay. That makes sense to me. Further questions, comments? That was the last action item on our agenda. If there's nothing else to share, we are adjourned. Turn it back over to the mayor. I think we got like 10 minutes before the public hearing.
Mr. Mayor, if you'll unmute yourself.
Sorry. Thank you very much, Chairman Watkins. Yes, we do have the public hearing. It's supposed to start at 1 o'clock. So this will be a good time to take a comfort break. Just leave yourself plugged in. Rachel, can we do that? And then we'll just reconvene. We'll recess here temporarily for a comfort break and reconvene at 1 o'clock with the public hearing and
yes, absolutely. We'll leave the live stream immediately, so it doesn't have to be separated. Everyone can stay in the meeting. I'll just put up a graphic to let people know what's coming up.
Good. So take a comfort break and we'll reconvene at 1 o'clock.
Hey, Scotty.
You back?
Yeah, I had to take another tax assessor's call. I tell you, I would have voted for this thing had not been for tax assessors messing up. They raised all these people's assessments. These people can't pay it. I ain't voting for it. I ain't voting for this tax deal. They can give these people back some money.
Just a friendly reminder that we are still live on Facebook, just so everyone's aware, just in case.
Oh, well, I wasn't aware. Sorry. I don't really care.
Rachel, I've got 1 o'clock on my watch.
Excellent. Whenever you're ready, then, Mr. Mayor, we are still live, so we're good to go.
Okay. So we're still streaming live on Facebook and on the website.
That is correct.
1 o'clock, and we'll reconvene the committee of the whole for the purpose of the public hearing. The public hearing has been to solicit public input through emails sent in, and I understand several people have sent in emails. And Michael, are you going to lead us through those people that have indicated that they had a public comment?
Yes, sir.
I'll turn this over to you at this point.
All right. We have 7 comments that we've received, and I'll just read through all of them. The first comment was from Debbie Batts. It reads, "The property owners cannot carry the weight of this county alone. Increase sales tax, go back to auto inspections, do something where everyone shares in expenses of the city. Sick of property tax increases is the only answer. No matter how you spin it, it is more property tax increase. Need to take a look at school tax. Worst schools among surrounding counties, but the highest taxes. The whole county needs an overhaul before more and more move out of it and nobody moving in." Signed, D. Batts. The second comment we received was from Janet Crocker. She says she's on Francis Drive. She writes, "Mr. Rickard, I want to voice my objection to the tax increase in Bibb County. We live in Nowell Estates in South Bibb County, and we have serious drainage issues in our neighborhood. We have received no benefits from consolidating with the city, and we have seen no benefit from the extra taxes we're paying. The middle class in Macon is bearing an extraordinary burden in taxes with little benefit to show for it. People are moving out of Macon to Kathleen and Perry, and I predict that migration will continue given the state of the economy and services in Macon. I grew up in Macon, went to college here, I work here, and I would like to stay here. Especially during these uncertain times, the very last thing we need is a tax increase. There has to be a better way." Signed, Janet Crocker. The next comment I have, it appears to be a duplicate of the one I just read. So I'm going to skip over that one. Next is from Jody Burton. She writes, or Judy, I'm sorry, Judy Burton. She writes, "Dear Mayor and Commissioners, I want to thank you for reading my letter last week and allowing my voice to be heard. I'm hoping you will give me the same opportunity this week. Ms. Wynn, your response was that some people are unaware that the commissioners have nothing to do with the assessments. I am fully aware of this. However, you are responsible to whether the millage rate will be raised, stay the same, or be rolled back. My $70,000 assessment increase will now cost me an additional $896 if you do not vote to roll back the millage rate, which leads me to Ms. Lucas. Ms. Lucas, I heard your genuine concern regarding masks being worn for the health of the people. Well, there is another health concern during this pandemic. Many people have lost jobs or had hours cut back. Because of this, we are already worried sick about how to pay our mortgages, feed our families, and pay bills in general without the additional monies needed for the assessment increases. This is causing great stress and sleepless nights among many families and seniors on a fixed income. I'm hoping you and the other commissioners realize that this pandemic is causing more problems than just wearing a mask. If you're truly concerned about the health and general well-being of your constituents during this pandemic, you will vote for a rollback. Everyone at this time, regardless if their property values increased, stayed the same, or even went down, could use some help. Please help them. Thank you, Judy Burton. The next comment was from Nicole Woods. This is also, she sent in a comment also last week, and so this is an update of that comment. She writes, "In light of a little more research and information, I'd like to retract my previous comment. I would still like, however, to make a non-agenda item comment though. I don't believe that Macon-Bibb should request more financial burden on the taxpayers than what they already have. Our property taxes are higher than the surrounding areas, and Macon-Bibb and its property owners are becoming the punchline of a joke. I still don't understand why the remainder of the FY21 budget is being awarded to the same individual year over year when you could just as easily divide the fund balance among all the employees in that department and pay them a bonus. Many residents in Macon-Bibb don't feel that they have the representation. The proof is all over social media. I also believe that until the commission can show that their interests are more aligned with the public's need, that they should ask no more of the public than what they already receive. I personally don't feel like spending another red cent on Macon-Bibb until the commission and mayor show us that they've responsibly exhausted the funds that they already receive. Signed, Nicole Woods. The next comment we received is from Rod Jarvis. He writes, the subject is property value increase, and he writes, it's high time you stayed within current values. Unlike yourselves, we have to live with our inflow of money. Vote no on the increase in property values. That's the end of his comment. And the final comment is from Teresa Fields. And Ms. Fields writes, I wish I could be there for this meeting, but circumstances will not allow me to. Since the mayor is on his way out, why doesn't he leave it up to the new council and the new mayor to decide on the tax rate? Every time money is needed, the first thing that is done is to up the taxes to receive money. First, up the value by assessor's office and receive it that way, or hey, let's just up the mill rate. People are hurting, and the first thing you want to do is go up on the mill rate when the values has already been jacked up. There has to be some accountability in this government. You have been talking about a pay scale for years, and you have not gotten one yet. Investment in the community. People are moving to other counties because of the taxes and schools. So what community are you talking about? Yes, they will spend their money and work here, but live here, nope. I agree that there are some that need to be taken care of that serves our community. Our sheriffs, firefighters, and others that are at the bottom of the barrel. Before you all make this decision, please consider what the public is saying and for once listen. Mr. Mayor, this concludes the public comments that we've received for this hearing.
Thank you, Michael. That's great. Does any commissioner have a point of personal privilege they wanted to make during the public hearing? Commissioner Jones? You'll have to unmute yourself. Go ahead.
You hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I didn't know you'd call it a point of personal privilege, but it's important for I want the public to know, the people that I talk to, and because you can't get the word out to everybody, but it's not a tax increase. That's a misnomer. We're required to call it that. The millage rate will stay the same or it will be rolled back. I voted against both tax increases in the last two of those 3 years we had them, because I didn't like certain things that were in the budget. So the tax evaluation, that's done typically a third each year, and that's required by law by the tax assessor's office. I am very concerned about, and I think the 2020 census will reflect, we continue to lose population. That's not a good trend. We can't continue to do that. You know, we go back to 2010 and everybody was up more than 20% except for Macon-Bibb County, a grand 1.1% growth. That's always been on my mind ever since I've been here in 2014. We have to keep taxes as low as we can. We have to be good stewards of the taxpayers' dollars, and we've got to improve our public safety. That's a given. That has to be done, and it will be done with this pay increase. But I'm in favor of maintaining the millage rate at the 20.331 position, because that money that we will capture, we need to keep for things like the pay raise, so that we can, if we're not a safe community, we're not a community at all. And then we've got to be that. So those are my comments for those, because the general public does not think of this as a tax increase. Why? Because we call it one, when in fact it's not. It's a misnomer. So we're either going to maintain where we are or we're going to roll it back. I'm in favor of maintaining where we are. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Jones. Any other commissioner on a point of personal privilege? Commissioner Allen, do I understand you want to
Yes, sir.
speak? Go right ahead,
On
sir.
personal privilege. Thanks, sir. Mr. Mayor, being a commissioner as long as I have, I've never, in this period of time, except one time in my history, have I had an assessment on properties like we've had this year, knowing that the problems that we got facing us and what the problems that the taxpayers are being faced with, knowing what COVID has done. I know that this is not showing, it's going to have to be shown as a tax increase, and it's not going to go up on them, but it did go up on the properties that did increase 30, 40, 50%. Some of them did. I saw one of the papers, which I will be bringing down in the next couple of days to show you. That's the reason I will be voting against this and it's asking for a rollback so the people can at least get something. Look, I'm the one to help put this committee together to help raise this money so we can find a way to give every one of our employees an increase. I was an employee for 33 years up there, but our job is to take care of the citizens of Macon and Bibb County, Mr. Mayor. And if we can do this by giving them a little money back, then that's what I'm gonna try to do. That's my comment.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Wynn, go ahead.
I don't even see myself there. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Turn on your audio, your video.
Oh, well, I don't even know where my screen's all messed up.
Oh. Well, we can hear you. Go ahead.
You hear me? That's good enough, right?
Yeah.
I think that and Commissioner Jones kind of went through this a little bit. People think that we're voting for a property tax increase. And actually, we're just voting to keep the ad valorem at the same rate that it's at now, 20.331. And the fact is that there were some people, 1/3 of the properties, both commercial and residential in Macon, had assessments redone. And many of them went up, which is supposed to be a good thing. That says your property's worth more for some reason. And we also have new properties that came on the books. That's adding money to the tax roll. But what we're trying to do is keep it at the same ad valorem, millage rate. What's confusing people is when they hear about it and we talk about tax digest, nobody understands that. I'm not sure that I'm even the good one to explain that. But what I want people to know, and they know this about me, is that I have not voted for property tax increases the last 2 times I was able to vote because I didn't agree with some things that the money was being used for in the budget. But this time is not a property tax increase. It's just maintaining. And I want people to know that we're just going to maintain, but at the same time, say, yes, some people had assessments that went up and is going to cause their tax. When it goes up in value, it's going to cause a tax to go up. And that's just the way it is. You can always go to the tax assessor's office and argue your new assessment. But I think this is something we need to vote for. With this, it'll bring in roughly $2.5 million to our budget that will be used for salaries, which is so important in our safety and our community to bring it forward. I just want people to understand, I think there's just a miscommunication, a misunderstanding of what we're voting on here. And I wish there was a better way to explain it, but it's just trying to maintain the same millage rate. And that's what I'm in favor of.
Good. Thank you very much, Commissioner Wynn. Any other commissioner wish to make a comment? If not, I have one point that I would like to make. I want to say that I think our tax assessor's office does a remarkable job of trying to assess the fair market value of properties in Macon-Bibb County. That was proved recently when we got the auditor's report, because every year the auditors come in and they look at property that actually sold, an arm's length transaction, actual sales. They look and then they go back and look at the assessed value. So they go to the assessor's office and they check the assessed value, and the cumulative total of all sales versus the cumulative total of assessed values has to fall within this 8% range of 36 to 44%. So in other words, the valuation of total sales and the valuation of total assessments has to fall within this 36, and they were right on the 40% value again this year. They do a remarkable job. Yes, they may miss some individual properties, either over or underestimate, but collectively they do a remarkable job of hitting the right balance and evaluating property for fair market value. And if we don't agree on anything else, I certainly think we can all agree that property taxes ought to be paid on the fair market value of the property. And if it increases, then you may have to pay a few more dollars in taxes. If it decreases, you may see your property value go down. You may see your property taxes go down. So some goes up, some goes down. But I think overall the assessors do a good job. And as long as we do our part in maintaining a constant millage rate and not increasing the millage rate, then I think we're doing right by the taxpayers, especially when we've got plans to try to put a lot of this money that we're trying to bring in into the pay scale to do more for public safety folks and all of our employees that work so hard. So I hope we'll vote to maintain the millage rate. And that's the end of my comments. So have I provoked anybody into making any other comments? If not, I'll adjourn this public hearing. And if you'll let me, I'll call to order at 1:15 this special call meeting of the Macon-Bibb County Commission. We have 2 items on the agenda, and I hope we can throw the caption up as we get to each one. Rachel, have you got them so that we can put the caption up?
I will momentarily.
Good. Well,
about 3. Give me about 2 minutes.
I didn't mean to catch you off guard. I'm sorry.
I had all the other ones, and just those I'm not seeing them. So feel me in 1 second. I'll have them up.
Okay.
Time's up.
There are 2 items, correct?
There are 2 items. That is correct.
Excellent.
One is setting the millage rate, and the other one is the contract with the Minotaur Group for the emergency management planning.
I see him here now. I also see what I did wrong. So I apologize for the delay here. I'm almost done. The millage rate is up first, correct?
Correct.
When are we going to start back moving? When are we going to start back meeting in the chamber? Have they put up the plexiglass yet for all of our chairs in the conference room so we can start back meeting?
No, there's no plexiglass in the conference room. All right, we'll certainly.
We got funding from the CARES Act that we should go ahead and do that so we can start back meeting.
Good. That's a good suggestion. If we need to make further modifications in the meeting space so that we can have meetings. All right. Well,
I'm not anxious to go back.
Sir?
I'm not anxious to go back.
What?
You don't want to see me, Dirk.
All right. We're on the first. We're on the first of 2 agenda items. I'll ask the clerk to read the bill by caption, please, ma'am. Madam Clerk.
Thank you. An ordinance of the Macon-Bibb County Commission establishing a millage rate of 20.331 mills to be levied and assessed for the year 2020 upon taxable property located in the Macon-Bibb County Tax District and for other lawful purposes.
The Committee of the Whole recommends approval. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the resolution setting the millage rate at 20.331, which is the same as last year, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no.
No.
Got 1 no.
No,
2
sir.
no's.
Tillman said no.
Two no's. Tillman said no. Okay, so we got Commissioner Allen and Tillman that said no, but the ayes have it 7-2. And we'll move now to the second item on our agenda for this special call meeting, and that's the item that was approved earlier today during commission meetings, the committee of the whole, about the Minotaur group and doing this planning for COVID and hurricane season emergency management planning that Spencer Hawkins talked about. I'll ask the clerk to read that by caption.
A resolution of the Macon-Bibb County Commission authorizing the mayor to execute a professional services agreement with the Minotaur Group LLC for the development of a pandemic hurricane response plan and revised pandemic response plan in the amount of $39,324 payable from CARES Act funding, contractual services line item, and for other lawful purposes.
Committee of the whole recommends approval. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the resolution signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The resolution is adopted. With that having been done, we've reached the end of our agenda for the special call meeting of the Macon-Bibb County Commission. If there's no further business or points of personal privilege, can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
And without objection, we are adjourned. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Appreciate you being here.